Chapter 1840. The Heavenly God of Origin. This group of violent maniacs who stood at the pinnacle of the world of order and moved around the grand primordial realm. Wherever they went, they would mix with chaos. With them as the center, the void within a radius of hundreds of millions of light years would be swept into a storm. As the storm continued to sweep, the entire void of order would be swept into it. Right after that, the two sides of order and chaos would tear down everything in the void. They would tear down everything they saw. They would tear down everything, leaving behind a mess for the other life forms of order to clean up. They would continue to tear down the places behind them. The above idea was purely a result of his weak resentment. It couldn't be helped. Not only had he been tortured by the Heavenly God of Origin countless times, but they had also been haunting him like wandering souls for 5 eras. It wouldn't be a problem for them to drag this on for another dozen or so eras. The only thing they lacked was to slap a stamp of the Heavenly God of Origin over his body. Well, he was already having a hard time as a maintenance worker in the divine realm. Why did they have to torment him in other places? However, after being slapped, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The light that lingered around the origin energy was mixed with a large number of origin fragments. This was the first time he had come into contact with such a large number of origin fragments ever since he obtained a large number of origin relics that he didn't know if they were useful or not. Now, they were going to gather in that space again. They were going to make a lot of noise again. They would be nagging, and muttering endlessly in his ears. He just didn't know if this slap was something he had to endure or if it was actually a selective slap. "Are you all right?" We couldn't help but frown worriedly when he saw Maple's out-of-body and absent-minded appearance. After being slapped by the Heavenly God of Origin, this guy's body had almost collapsed again. Yunnuashing pressed down on his chest, and the surging origin energy calmed down the restless energy there. The orange light wrapped around his chest slowly entered the world heart in his heart and fused with it. More specifically, there didn't seem to be any changes. It was likely that only a portion of the fragments had been recovered. As for what it was used for, well, it was hard to say. With his current understanding of origin energy, how was he supposed to know what was going on? Those damn things basically treated his body as their toy and did whatever they wanted. If they were interested, they would mark his body, and if they suddenly had a flash of inspiration, they would leave a mark on his body. If they were even more interested, they would have their clones crawl out from the corners and throw tons of things at his head without caring about his feelings. Anyway, this orange origin energy didn't seem to change. It's fine. It probably rushed over after seeing the heart of the world. Probably. Yunnuashing smiled wryly. Even though he had already prepared himself for battle, he was still sent flying. After the origin, Heavenly God dissipated into smoke. The palace in front of them also dissipated like a bubble. Another passageway appeared in front of them, and it was exactly the same as the corridor behind them. It was as if the passageway was endless, and there was no end to it. It was quite strange just by looking at it. We looked at the long corridor in front of them and reflexively turned to look at Maple. His face twitched, and he couldn't help but say, "Maple, look at this!" Yunnuashing's face twitched. Even though my feet are already telling me to turn around and go back, my brain is telling me to hurry up and go forward. The 3 of them. This guy's bad memories of the Heavenly God of Origin had already been activated. He was currently in a state where he wanted to leave but also didn't want to. However, Huey's words immediately resolved this problem. How do we get out of the realm of chaos? Yunnuashing thought for 2 seconds before leading the group forward without any hesitation. Hui and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy probably wouldn't be able to get out of the realm of chaos anytime soon. The Heavenly God of Origin. No, this time it was something left behind by the first generation successor named AI Hongyan. He couldn't tell if anything had changed after the realm of chaos had eroded it. In any case, things related to origin shouldn't have been distorted. It was self-evident what would happen if a chaotic concept body encountered the origin energy. It would either perish together with the origin energy, or, based on what he knew now, the annihilation energy could also erode the origin energy in an incomplete state. It was just that the conditions were more stringent, and for the time being he hadn't found any origin energy that had yet to change after being eroded by chaos. He just wanted to say that although this was the realm of chaos, it couldn't be ruled out that the realm of chaos was dumpling skin, and the thing left behind by AI Hongyan was in the state of dumpling filling. It looked like the realm of chaos had surrounded this place, but in fact it hadn't been able to destroy anything that belonged to order. After walking along the endless hall for a long time, the space in front of them seemed to be overlapping and circulating endlessly. Yun Nuashing felt that the realm of chaos was fading bit by bit, which seemed to confirm his guess. The realm of order and the realm of chaos existed independently. The chaotic concept body had eroded the less important parts of the realm of order, and in turn had surrounded it. At present, it was still trying to completely erode or destroy the realm of chaos. In front, Feng Qing Huang suddenly tightened her grip on Yun Nuashing's hand. The group hurriedly looked forward, and their expressions changed again. In front of the hall, there was a space that was no longer the hall area. A piece of the hall had been dug out, and it had become an open space. It was a dilapidated place. From the traces left in the space, it seemed that this space was once a battlefield, and there were thousands of holes left in it. There were also broken weapons on the ground, and some of them were in a broken state. Even the divine power weapon of the heavenly god of origin was broken into 4 or 5 pieces, scattered on the ground and mixed with the fragments of other weapons. Even the aura that once existed had been completely erased, and it was difficult to distinguish which fragments belonged to which weapon and which heavenly god of origin belonged to. These things are real. Yun Nuashing reached out and touched the handle of a spear closest to him. His expression changed slightly. Although there was no longer the aura of the heavenly god of origin or the heavenly god of origin, they still had an aura that was once real. It was difficult for him to express it. It was as if he was in an illusion, and he could clearly distinguish what was real and what was fake. Hui pulled out a sword from the ground that appeared to be in good condition, but it had already lost all of its power. Compared to ordinary weapons, it was only well preserved and would not rust. After all, it was once a creation of rules. Does it really mean, who does it belong to? It could be the heavenly god of origin, a high-level one. It could also be the heavenly god of origin. It's hard to tell. All the aura that remains are tangled together. Yun Nuashing shook his head, trying to find out who a bunch of old antiques that had lost all their characteristics belonged to was as difficult as asking him to find the position of the divine realm that was drifting in the void dozens of eras ago. He was talking about the position of the divine realm during the mythological era. It was difficult to find information about that time even through the divine realm itself. It was all broken into pieces. The sword vault, no, it's the weapon vault. See, you dug out a broken scythe from the ground. Half of the blade had disappeared, while the remaining handle and half of the blade were covered in dust and stained with traces of energy corrosion. She tried to activate it with energy, and the scythe shone again, clearing away the dust on its surface. She was a little surprised. Little star, this thing seems to still work. Yun Nuashing leaned over and took the scythe from the brat. He shook his head and said, "It's just that you used energy to clear away the traces that don't belong to it. It's now just a creation of rules. It's empty inside and has been completely corroded by various elements." "All right." See, you muttered and threw it on the ground. She lowered her head and searched nearby. Suddenly, she saw something from the corner of her eye, and her expression stiffened. What she saw was a pair of white feet, and it was very close. From this angle, it was probably 3 or 4 meters away. The brat's face turned white at once. Sweat dripped down her face uncontrollably. She maintained her posture and turned around while trembling. She hurriedly said in her soul, "Little star!" Little star! Save me! Yun Nuashing abruptly turned around and pulled out the netherworld sword, and then he himself was stunned. 3 or 4 meters away from Yu stood a white figure with its hands behind its back. Judging from its long hair, there was a 50% chance that it was a woman, a female heavenly origin god. But it definitely wasn't her. Her hair and height were different, and the one in front of him, was slightly shorter. After Yin Nuashing recovered from his shock, he swung his arm and pulled Siyu back from the front. He took out the netherworld ruined sword and swung it, but his hand suddenly became empty, causing him to be stunned again. He caught sight of the female heavenly origin god's gaze and realized that she was holding the netherworld ruin sword with both hands. One of her hands was holding the sword while the other hand was gently stroking the blade. She even seemed to be taking in deep breaths and sighing. She was gently shaking her head as if she was catching up with an old friend. He couldn't help but wonder if the netherworld ruined sword and the other 11 divine swords in the divine sword record were made by her. This place was full of broken weapons, and she seemed to be very familiar with the netherworld sword. He couldn't help but think more about it. Hui and Feng Qinghuang looked at her and slowly backed away. When they saw Yun Nuashing gesturing at them, they slowly moved away from him and took Siyu with them. They didn't know what these heavenly origin gods were planning to do, and even if they were going to do something, they were probably going to target Yun Nuashing. The 3 of them were ordinary and weak mortals, so it was better for them to stay away from them. It might be a little rude to say that, but if the heavenly origin gods were really going after Feng, and they didn't know what was good for them and forcefully got involved, Feng would probably be fine. At most, his vision would blur, and he would faint for a moment. He would recover after a short while, but they would definitely die. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. She didn't seem to have any reaction, so he was about to walk over when she suddenly looked up, gripped the netherworld sword with both hands, and disappeared. Guardian's barrier. Hui had been paying attention to this all this time, so he instantly smashed the Guardian's shield on the ground and poured all the energy into Feng's body. A thick layer of crystallized energy formed around him, and the netherworld sword's shadow was instantly reflected on the crystallized energy barrier. The next moment, it easily pierced through his strongest defense, which was even strong enough to stop a high-level primeval's attack. Yun Nuashing's origin energy surged and gathered in front of her like lightning. That's right, he had made a mistake. He should have used normal energy to defend himself, such as the normal power of order. He should have used his normal observer form's energy instead of origin energy. She didn't even pause in front of him. She only glanced at him, and dozens of origin energies in his body instantly stopped moving. The rest of them also paused and hesitated for a moment. It was also at this moment that the female heavenly origin god stabbed her dark ruin sword into his chest. A burst of excruciating pain suddenly shot through his body. But before this pain could spread through his body, the extremely violent origin energy combined with the power of the dark ruin sword destroyed his body, leaving him only in the form of pure energy. She carried the immense power of the dark ruined sword with her as she charged toward him and nailed him to a pillar. Almost all of the dark ruined sword had sunk into his body. Boom! Only then did the sound ring out, and a visible shockwave destroyed the surrounding space. Yun Nuashing put on a pained expression and was about to resist when a white hand suddenly slapped his face. While he was still in a daze, his head was smashed into the pillar, creating a huge crater. Fortunately, he was in his pure energy form, so he didn't feel dizzy. If it were anyone else, they might have been sent straight to the path of reincarnation, just like the heavenly origin god before him. This female heavenly origin god unreasonably stabbed him with the netherworld sword. Then she slapped him and pinched his face with both hands. In the next second, she turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. This? Maple, are you dead yet? Hui rushed forward anxiously. He saw that Feng's figure was translucent, but it didn't dissipate immediately. He quickly grabbed his arm to pull him out. He was at a loss. Why are you embedded in the wall again? Yun Nuashing grimaced and pulled his hands back. He lowered his head and pointed at the sword in his chest. Please, Hiss, pull the netherworld sword out first. I'm stuck in the wall really hard this time. Hui and the two girls worked hard for a few minutes before they managed to pull him out of the wall. Yun Nuashing's body was half transparent, and he couldn't move as Feng Qinghuang held him in her arms. Under the influence of the Heavenly Origin God's power, he wouldn't be immobilized even if he was half dead. The main reason was that he was paralyzed by the Heavenly Origin God's power. This time, what remained in his body was a light silver color. It was like a silver galaxy with a hint of gray, and it contained countless stars. Yu. Hui checked Feng's body, which was paralyzed and couldn't move. His face kept trembling. What did they do to your body? You have to ask them. How would I know what they did? Yun Nuashing's mouth and face trembled for a while. He checked himself urgently and was speechless. He was also a fragment of the Heavenly Origin God's power. Why did the Heavenly Origin God pierce through him this time? Don't these damn things know how to spell the word pain? The Netherworld sword was also wrapped in the light, silver Heavenly Origin God's power. It flickered for a while before it disappeared. Yun Nuashing grimaced and lay down for a while before he could get up. He got up and checked himself for a while, then said to the three of them with a bitter face, "It's gone. My body has been destroyed. I won't be able to condense it back for a while." Hui held his head and sighed. The battle between the Void Frontline and the Underworld for 5 eras wasn't this tragic. It was one-sided and beaten up by the Heavenly Origin God. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly, but he didn't feel any resentment. No, he was still a little unhappy. Well, just a little unhappy. The main thing was that he didn't know what they wanted to do. They rushed up to him and beat him up without saying a word. They didn't even give him a chance to fight back. This he could only feel that they were overflowing with mischief. They were just like old urchins. If they didn't torture him to death in the future, he would beat them up one day. Damn it, did they think he was a wooden dummy? This time, the 1,000 soldiers' mound didn't disappear. However, there was nothing in front of them. The 4 of them took a few minutes to cross the mound of soldiers. The scene returned to the main hall. After walking for a while, the mound of soldiers disappeared. Only the main hall was left. This place should be the memory of the battlefield. It still has the memory of the battlefield. As Hui spoke, he suddenly paused. He raised his hand and looked at the broken weapon that had not been thrown away and had not disappeared along with the scene. He stammered for a while. I have a bold idea. I don't know if I should say it or not. Are you afraid that they will hear you? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Just say it. They won't look for you if they have something to say. Hui scratched his head and said, based on the scene of the 2 Heavenly Origin Gods. Well, I guess it might be the scene of their fall. One of them died on their own throne, while the other died on the battlefield where the curtains had already come to an end after being forged by 10,000 soldiers. Just by looking at the latter, I actually thought that it was related to their own divinity, divine authority, and divine name. The light on Yun Nuashing's body changed. He narrowed his eyes. The battlefield where they fell. It didn't seem impossible, but it also didn't seem very likely. If what you said is true, then either these 2, including the afterimage of the Heavenly God of Origins that might appear later, are from the 36th and 37th era. They had already fallen before this void domain was thrown out, and this scene was engraved in AI Hongyun's memory. Or perhaps it has nothing to do with whether he saw it or remembered it. It's just like the world of nothingness that I reconstructed. The fragments related to them are in a semi-independent state of time. These are the only 2 possibilities that can explain why their afterimages would appear here. Yun Nuashing nodded hesitantly. Their understanding of the origin, Heavenly God, was only at the tip of a thread, probably less than 1%. As for what they could do, what characteristics they had, whether they were alive or dead, only they knew about this. Battlefield. Feng Qinghuang couldn't help but mutter, how large was the battlefield of that battle? Oh, you can just treat it as our current battlefield. It's almost to the extent that the entire Great Yuan realm is included in it. It's not surprising at all to see what will happen. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand and said slowly, it's just that the battle they faced was more chaotic. Sui Qing once told me about some of the scenes when the battle broke out. It wasn't like the underworld that was slowly pushed in from the edge. Instead, it was the battle broke out in every corner of the void of order at the same time. There was no pattern, just like he paused for a moment and blinked his eyes. Just like the lower and middle planes that we've seen in this void, at the same time, all the places where the beings of order gather targeted by the forces of chaos. They are entangled endlessly. Huey's face twitched. That can't be right. That would only happen if the power of chaos spread into the void of order, right? Well, we can only assume that the power of the chaos concept bodies is even more exaggerated than we thought. Perhaps they could indeed bypass the surveillance of the heavenly god of origin and the beings of order at the edge of the void of chaos and directly pierce into the void of order. They could either hide or quickly spread and erupt. Sui Qing and the others weren't sure about that. They only knew that the war between order and chaos was about to break out. There were some signs of war and some faint movements, and the war broke out soon after. However, there was no sign of it developing at all. The moment the war broke out, it was at the highest scale. Before they could understand what was going on, they were thrown away and locked up. At least we saw the underworld invading from the lower planes, sensed the danger, and organized the beings of the void of order to counterattack. Everyone fell silent. The extent of a fire in the backyard. It was almost like treating the void of order as a 6-story building. When the chaos concept bodies invaded on a large scale, the first to 6 floors would all be on fire at the same time. Moreover, the fire would be the most serious situation without any preparation. The thick smoke had already covered the entire building, making it impossible to see what was around them. Then, are we now walking in a replicated war ruin? Siyu asked, looking around curiously. It's just a small area, but that should be it, Yun Nuoxing said, nodding. And it should be the active manifestation of the origins. Is it about the fact that you're being watched by the entire void? Hui asked. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. It probably has nothing to do with AI Hongyun's thoughts. It's easy to understand if you think about it. The first-generation heir is running around with the heavenly god of origins afterimage. As he spoke, he sighed and shook his head. Forget it. I don't dare to make any conclusions. I can't accurately analyze everything here, and everything tends towards chaos. Carefully explore the rules of this space. At first, you could still feel the normal rules that belong to order. It's normal order, but as you continue to explore deeper and deeper, all the way to the bottom, you'll soon encounter a concept layer of destruction. There, order, chaos, and rules don't exist. It's a layer of coexistence, where both sides are crushed into powder and spread evenly across the entire plane without dissipating or being devoured by the void. After passing through that layer, you'll suddenly come into contact with the rules of chaos in the domain of chaos. Yes, it's passing through, not crossing to a deeper layer. It's still the same place. At first, I thought that the domain of chaos was a sphere of chaos, and within the sphere was the domain of order. What's the truth? Hui played the role of an excellent listener and asked appropriately. In fact, Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at him. In fact, the domain of chaos and the domain of order are 2 spheres of the same size. 1/3 of them are stuck together. The concept layer of destruction is the part that's stuck together, and the part that's wrapped around both of them. What the hell? These 2 domains are built in an environment made up of a lot of destroyed rules and destroyed fragments of order. Huey's eyes widened. This is as expected of the heavenly god of origin and the heavenly god of chaos. For example, they were on a flat ground. The flat ground was not solid rock, but flowing, hot, barely solidified magma. However, it was the kind that would still burn if one stepped on it. These two domains were buildings built on the magma that was still flowing inside. If it were a normal building, it would probably explode if one fell into it. Yun Nuashing nodded. It's the most brutal trace left behind after the battle between the heavenly god of origin and the heavenly god of chaos. Well, they told me that. He pointed at his chest, and the three of them smiled bitterly. That was where the two heavenly gods of origin had attacked. As expected, there was a fragment of origin, and they also told him about the space. Chapter 1841. The chaos domain and order domain were like dumpling fillings. They were wrapped into two balls by a thick layer of destroyed order and rules. However, even if this layer of destroyed order and rules mixed together to form a dumpling skin, the energy of chaos still had the upper hand and was in a dominant position. In the beginning, they still crossed over the chaos domain to arrive here. However, they didn't enter the chaos domain all at once. Instead, they entered the order domain. Of course, they could not rule out the possibility that they were dragged into the realm of order. Judging from Maple's attraction to the origin and the nature of their attraction to each other, it was very likely that they were paired up on their own accord. He and the two girls were grouped together and were dragged into the realm of order, cough, cough. Putting aside the idle chatter, knowing the situation of the realms of chaos and order was actually good news. When they first guessed the situation of the two realms, order was completely suppressed by chaos. However, reality told them that these two things had been fighting for more than a dozen eras and were still in a stalemate. Chaos had a slight upper hand, and the danger they faced was reduced by a lot. They went from being unarmed to wearing a thin layer of iron and holding a toothpick-like spear in their hands. It did not feel much different. Hui tried to figure out the situation in this realm by himself. Unfortunately, he failed. Life forms without the support of the origin energy were probably no different from weeds in this realm. They were either ignored or had no idea about their own situation. Actually, he was quite lucky. This damned void, right? Not everything was better if one knew more. Generally speaking, the more one knew, the harder it would be for one to survive. For example, his most sincere partner, Mr. Void Misfortune, Stubborn Boolsh, *T. Maple, how big is this realm of order? Hui used his elbow to poke one of the observers in the form of energy. Yun Nuashing turned to look at the side and gestured with her eyes. It's very big. It's the same size as the realm of chaos. Why, you want to go out? Hui shook his head. I don't know where we're going. Can't I just ask you? We're now heading to the place where the two realms intersect. That's where the energy of order gathers. If I'm not mistaken, it should also be where the energy of chaos gathers. Hui stroked his chin and thought, we're going in the direction of the energy flow of the realm of order. So, the shadow of the origin god we see on the way it should be something left behind by the realm of order. This realm was not left behind by the first generation inheritor in the first place. He merely took over this realm and used it to continue resisting the power of chaos here. This realm should belong to the heavenly gods of origins. As for how many heavenly gods of origins it belongs to, well, we'll have to see if we can still see their afterimages along the way. This was just a thought, but Yun Nuashing was still not sure if this theory was correct. From the moment they came in until now, they had raised 4 or 5 guesses. Now, all of them were overturned. It was about the origin god and the chaos concept body. This was a headache. Just one battlefield was already such a situation, not to mention the war that used the entire grand primordial realm as the battlefield, not to mention the era that had been separated by one-dimensional turbulence. Let's put it this way. The archaeology team had to be at least in the Yuansha realm. The existence of the origin energy could make them the leaders of the charge. The vision in front of them suddenly darkened. Yun Nuashing and the others noticed that the color had suddenly darkened. It was as if they had walked from the interior of the magnificent hall that was filled with golden light to the door. Outside the door, there was a scene of black clouds pressing down on the city. The scene in front of them slowly turned into a dark color. Hui sniffed and said, "The chaos energy is starting to appear in front of us. It's still very weak. It should be seeping in from the middle area." They had almost reached the end of the realm of order. The beginning of contact with the chaos energy was just a small reminder. As they continued to move forward, the surroundings became very dark. The light began to fade, and the visibility of the surrounding things decreased bit by bit. It was as if there was a layer of haze in front of them, until they could no longer see a trace of light from the scene in front of them. Yun Nuashing stood still and carefully stretched out her hand as if she was under the eaves to test the sunlight. After a while, she felt the chaos energy begin to wrap around her hand. She saw that the gray color suddenly became much denser. She could not help but frown. They were now at a dividing line. On this line, they could see a very dark hall. Everything was very blurry. Once they crossed this line, there was only endless darkness in front of them. It was even darker than falling head first into the void. The zone of destruction dominated by the chaos energy. Hui also stretched out his hand and stirred the darkness in front of them a few times. He frowned and said, "Even the structure of this place has been torn apart. Only a thin layer of the void and nothingness is still wrapped around this place. It's very similar to the primordial void. This is the energy that has been deposited for more than a dozen eras. The chaos energy and the order energy have all been deposited in this small place. After more than a dozen eras, there has been no change. It has been maintained at the moment of the explosion of destruction." Hui covered his face and sighed. The ruins left behind by the clash between the primordial god and the chaos concept body should be the most severely damaged place they had found so far. After talking with Maple for a while, they roughly understood the structure of the domain in front of them. Its main body was still a realm of order. 55% of it was chaos energy and 45% of it was order energy. This was the superficial situation on the surface. If they were to go deeper, these energies were all the remnants of destruction that had undergone destruction. To put it simply, these were the waste energies which had been used up and would automatically dissipate in space and be automatically removed by the void. But this was only for ordinary energies. As they said, the primordial energy and the annihilation energy, when these two things were pinched together, it was difficult to control what would happen. Going back to the original situation, the primordial energy and the annihilation energy should have gone through a head-on collision. Immeasurable amounts of primordial energy and the annihilation energy collided here. So a large amount of residual energy that had been used and experienced destruction was produced. However, these energies did not dissipate because of this. They went through a series of strange things and were left behind. They even self-perfected the structure of the structure and became a legitimate thing that was allowed to exist. That is, the residual energy of destruction and destruction was born after the collision between the two sides. This remnant energy mixed with the aura of destruction, destroyed part of the primordial energy and part of the primordial energy and the annihilation energy, mixing the parts that they occupied together. The structure of the two domains should have also suffered considerable damage and were forcibly pulled close to each other. They should have continued to fight until the other side was dead. But because of the emergence of the new domain, it became a buffer zone between the two sides, and the battle was declared to have ended in an instant. That was the general idea, and that was the extent of their deduction. Although it is called a buffer zone, it does not mean that it is safe. On the contrary, this area is more dangerous than the two pure domains. It is equivalent to a domain where the primordial energy is constantly exploding and the annihilation energy is constantly releasing impact. Yun Nuashing said in a low voice as she waved her hand. Hui sorted out the situation, then clapped his hands and said, In short, the origin, heavenly God, and the primal chaos concept body are no longer inside, but their energies are still fighting to the death inside, and neither side will die. There is a slight difference. Let's put it this way. You can think of this domain as a sun, but this sun is forged from the primordial energy and the annihilation energy. There is an energy explosion happening inside at every moment, and the upper limit of the energy explosion is equivalent to the most intense moment of the battle back then. Huff and puff, even if it is an event comparable to the divine annihilation storm. That is too exaggerated, but it is more or less the same. The primordial crack, the name given by the sorting out some time ago, was a never-ending divine annihilation storm. It was the most violent event in the entire Yuan realm, lasting forever and never-ending. Yun Nuashing felt that even the chaos concept body would have to ponder for a while before deciding whether to jump in or not. Hui scratched his head and was a little hesitant. The darkness in front of him was just darkness at the beginning. But when Feng mentioned it, he felt that the path of reincarnation had opened up in front of him, and if he fell in, he would not know how many years they would meet again. So are we jumping in or not? Yun Nuashing looked at him and nodded. There is no other place to go except to continue forward, is there? Whatever, let's just go. Do you think we will be stumped in this place? I am a guardian. Hui suddenly paused and grinned. He took out his holy shield and walked in front. Well, Feng, use the primordial energy to give me a blessing. I am a little weak. Let's go. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. She pulled Siyu and Feng Qinghuang and gave Hui a push. The four of them crashed into the place, full of endless chaos and destruction. When he looked up, he saw that his body had already sunk into complete darkness. Boundless darkness surrounded him in all directions. It was as if he had returned to the darkness when he first stepped into this domain. However, other than the empty darkness, there was something else, something extremely dangerous. The divine domain that Hui held up was attached with Yun Nuashing's primordial energy. The layer of golden barrier was dyed with a colorful luster. The moment they stepped into the darkness, it was immediately dyed with a thick layer of gray. The entire barrier seemed to have been electrocuted and exploded with a bang. Countless energy phenomena surrounded the entire golden barrier and exploded around it. Hui was so frightened by the sudden movement that he trembled all over. His hand that was holding the shield trembled violently a few times. Damn it, the intensity of this energy explosion. This. Hui pressed his hands hard on the guardian's shield, and cold sweat broke out. I should have been pressed into the void by the primordial energy and the annihilation energy at the same time, right? Isn't this what you did? Yun Nuashing heard him and turned her head. I don't know who was the one who carried the shield and said so heroically and volunteered to charge in front. We have just entered the door, and we have already lost some of our momentum. Hui smiled bitterly. No matter how much he heard, it was not as clear as walking forward and being beaten up. This was indeed a continuous energy explosion that was mixed with the primordial energy and the annihilation energy. Fortunately, the two energies exploded independently and did not mix together and then slap him. That would be no different from Feng's primordial chaos. After a few adjustments, the divine barrier that was propped up became stable. Hui wiped the sweat off his face and nodded to Feng and the other two. It's done. It's not a problem for now. As long as we don't encounter an even stronger energy explosion, we can hold on for a long time. In the boundless darkness and chaos, he could no longer see the realm of order when he turned around. Looking ahead, there was only empty nothingness. Everything here was unrecognizable. There was only an endless surge of explosive energy. It was as if he had walked into an area of thunderstorms. The thunderbolts that filled the sky would strike his divine barrier hundreds of times every second. Fortunately, the primordial energy helped to reduce half of the destructive power. If he were to hold the defense alone, he might have gone all out by now. Then he would have to hold on for another half an hour at most before announcing that his energy was exhausted. Yun Nuashing tried to release the primordial energy outside the divine barrier, but did not go well. Her primordial energy could not stay long in a place that was completely chaotic and only had destructive laws. If she wanted to use her energy to explore the way, she could only try to move forward bit by bit. As he walked forward, Hui Neng could feel that the energy from the barrier was getting stronger. Just as he was about to increase his own energy, the boundless pressure from the front suddenly disappeared. The pressure on the barrier suddenly disappeared. The colorful luster on the sacred barrier returned to normal. The gray energy subsided, and a stable golden light was released again. Hui put down the shield he was holding and looked around in confusion. Foam, the energy of the explosion, seems to have disappeared. It was probably an area of violent energy just now. We should have walked to a calm place now. Origin energy surged in Yun Nuashing's eyes as he spoke. He looked around and frowned. That shouldn't be the case. That's not what they told me. Given the power that erupted from the battle between the Origin, heavenly god, and the chaotic concept body, the entire domain should have been occupied by the laws of destruction. How could they have walked out of the area of energy turbulence so quickly? Forget it. The commotion they caused will probably always be unexpected. Let's not worry about it for now. He scratched his head. He had only heard a few words. According to the movements of the battle between them and the high-level primeval of the underworld, the remnant movements, the closer they were to the center of the battlefield, the more abnormal and residual energy there were, and the more violent the energy explosion was. When they were close to the center, everything was in a state of disintegration. As for a calm place, how could a place where countless energies clashed with each other be calm? There seemed to be, just like how the center of a storm would be calm, if excessively powerful energy continued to erupt in the center. Well, just like Maple's 3 forms of nothingness, when any one of them smashed down, the area with a radius of tens of meters would be absolutely calm because nothing would be left. Everything that should have existed in this area would either be destroyed or blown away by the impact. If the energy level kept increasing, the center should be restored to the original state of the primordial void. Nothing would be left. We didn't run to the center, did we? Huey's face turned green at the mention of this question. No, not yet. If this is the center of the calm, the core, the primordial energy, should be able to spread out smoothly. Yun Nuashing raised his hand and threw out the primordial energy. Just like what he had been trying to do, the colorful energy floated out like a ribbon a few meters away. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The primordial energy really floated out all of a sudden. He never expected it. Could it really be the center? However, it could also be that a part of the place is calm. After all, it was a battle between those two things. There must be more than one part of the battlefield that was damaged. Siyu shook Yun Nuashing's arm and pointed at the primordial energy that floated out. It was floating on a boundary in front of them. The boundary was no longer complete. With every little movement, a part of it would disappear and another part would reappear. Look, it seems to have floated to a place and been cut off. Well, it seems so. By the way, I found traces of the energy flow. Let's continue moving forward. We should be able to reach the center soon. Yun Nuashing waved his hand and followed the ribbon left behind by the primordial energy. Hui continued to prepare. The energy explosion in this place is probably intermittent. Don't write? We'll die. Hui laughed bitterly. Just as he raised the shield in his hand to support a more powerful energy, a rumbling sound suddenly descended upon them. They had just crossed the end of the ribbon when they were hit by a thunderous shock. Suddenly, they laughed bitterly. Lu Hui was trembling as if he was convulsing. At times, he was sweating profusely while holding the shield. The divine barrier was bursting with energy that could split heaven and earth. It was as if there was a whole area of the void above them. The energy anomaly was about to appear in this place that could not be manifested. After a while, he would suddenly relax and quickly wipe his face to rest. Before he could even catch his breath, the next energy explosion zone would crush his face like a convulsion. The situation here was, as Siyu had guessed. First of all, the entire area was an energy explosion zone. However, there were many gaps between these zones. They could barely be considered as small safe zones. However, it was impossible to tell if there was anything abnormal with just the sight alone. They could not tell where was the safe zone and where was the energy explosion zone. They could only use the primordial energy to help identify it. When they saw where it suddenly broke, it meant that they had come into contact with the energy explosion zone. From the experience of passing by dozens of times, each safe zone should not be larger than 1,000 feet. They did not know how the battle back then was fought to make a hole in each place appropriately without affecting the whole area. They were floating in the boundless sea, being swept by the storm. They looked at the calm islands on the surface of the sea that were being slapped by the wild waves. Along the way, the four of them slowly moved forward. They were moving slowly towards the center of the entire area. Their speed was similar to that of a turtle crawling. Occasionally, they would take a wrong turn. They would see the primordial energy that acted as a road sign suddenly turn and point to another place like a convulsion. Then, after crossing an energy zone, the road sign would point back to the original path. He was almost going crazy. However, Maple had been calm and quiet. He was probably used to being fooled by the primordial energy. This time he had experienced it personally. After slowly searching for a way, after spending a lot of effort, they finally came to the end. After an entire 11 hours, Feng Qinghuang whispered, "Ouch." Hui responded and continued to hold the shield up. After an entire 11 hours, they finally crossed the mountains and rivers and came to the end. After crossing the last energy explosion zone, the primordial energy spread out into thousands of traces and floated across the entire area. It was like a signal announcing that they had arrived at the end. The four of them heaved a sigh of relief. The primordial void was right. Everything in the center of the battle was destroyed. Not even a hair was left. Hui put down the shield and shook his sore hands. His eyes wandered around and finally locked on the direction of the thousands of primordial energy threads. He fixed on the most central place. "Maple there. Your energy," gave a response. Yun Nuashing dispersed all the other energy threads, leaving only the road sign that gave a strange response. The surging primordial energy in his body was enough to form a defense. Hui wiped his sweat and watched as Yun Nuashing put on hundreds of layers of primordial energy barrier. The primordial light surged. Only then did he hold the road sign tightly. He nodded at them and flew towards the end. The light of the primordial energy pointed straight ahead. Hui expanded the range of the energy by a lot. The primordial void was a place where everything was in an amorphous and chaotic state. Rules and order had not been fixed. Void and nothingness were just concepts that existed in a concept. They were energy life forms with a high concentration of order and rules. They would not be affected by this place. If an ordinary mortal body were to come here, even the primordial god would have to return to the initial state when he first tried to go to the primordial void. It was a little exaggerated, but that was the gist of it. The primordial void was a rather unfriendly place for everyone. If one did not use powerful rules and orders to bind an area, it would have the effect of weakening one's strength. With the current strength of the world of order, it was actually impossible to come across a place like the primordial void. No one liked to chisel through the primordial void. If one did not exert all kinds of energy to the extreme to destroy the primordial void, it would be very difficult to chisel out of the primordial void. As they were moving forward rapidly, Yun Nuashing suddenly became alert. Her eyes locked onto something. Hui and the others also directly used their eyes to observe the shadow of something that suddenly appeared in the primordial void. "It's coming, it's coming. The main event is coming." Hui muttered and carefully raised the guardian shield. Maple also took out the Netherworld Ruin Sword. He was now in the form of pure energy. His combat power was considered explosive. Although he had not reached the peak, he hoped that it was enough for now. Siyu fumbled for a while. Her pretty face changed slightly. I can't contact Brother I Ching and the others through soul transmission. That's normal. It would be strange if we could chat with them through this kind of barrier. Hui nodded. Don't think about it. We can only rely on ourselves to come here. You guys should be prepared. Blazing flames began to flow on Feng Qinghuang's body. She stared ahead and asked, "What is that?" "An island," Yun Nuashing said, and then shook her head. It should be a broken planet." The shadow that appeared in the distance gradually became clearer as they gradually approached. They could basically recognize its appearance. It was an island. From the appearance, it did look like a small island floating in the primordial void. However, there were many small pieces of debris around it. There were so many of them that they almost condensed into a small asteroid belt around the small island. Obviously, a planet had been broken here. Around the small island, there were 5 huge energy rings. 3 rings carried the aura of chaos. 2 rings carried the energy of primordial void. These 5 rings were not linked at all. They slowly rotated independently and enveloped the entire small island and the asteroid belt. Their eyes passed through the layers of obstacles and landed on the small island. It had been burned by the flames of energy and flattened by an unknown energy. There was only a flat land left on the small island. At the center of the island, Yun Nuashing and the others saw a figure. It was a young man wearing a majestic battle robe. He sat on the ground silently, just like the primordial void. He had fallen into eternal silence. Chapter 1842. The broken island floating in the primordial void, and the deformed asteroid belt surrounding it. All of these existences were incompatible with the absolute nothingness and the chaotic surrounding environment. Or perhaps the broken planet itself was a projection of the complete nothingness, showing them only the side of destruction and death. On the dead planet, there was only one thing left. In the center of the planet, a young man in a majestic battle robe sat on the ground with his back straight. Together with the primordial void, he was eternally frozen and would not welcome any changes. The eternally solidified primordial void had escaped from the center of the storm. There was only endless destruction left in the surroundings. There was only a cold big stone in front of them. Only the broken remains of the planet accompanied it. This was the place where Ai Hongyan, one of the first inheritors, slept. It was the loneliest tomb in the primordial void, ranked second. When they saw the projection, Yun Nuashing and the others had imagined how the body of the first inheritor would look like at the end of the primordial void. When they stepped into the realm of destruction, they were already mentally prepared. But when the real scene appeared in front of them, they still felt probably a little sad. Siyu looked around. She pulled Feng Qinghuang's arm and whispered, "Do you see anything strange here?" Feng Qinghuang was startled. She quickly looked around. After a while, she confirmed that she could not find anything. She quickly shook her head and said, "No." "What do you see?" "Oh, I don't see anything either. I'm just asking," Feng Qinghuang said. "Okay." The 4 of them carefully landed on the small island and slowly walked towards Ai Hongyan. Hui looked at the situation of the small island and said thoughtfully, "This broken planet carries a weak aura of order. Along with the solidification of the void of source, it also solidifies at that moment. Could this planet be his home?" Yun Nuashing nodded and said, "Looking at the situation of the entire primordial void, it is very possible." They came to a spot about 10 feet away from Ai Hongyan. Yun Nuashing looked at the scene, and her expression suddenly became a little absent-minded. Another scene suddenly appeared in her memory. It was the same darkness, and in the same lonely corner in the darkness, a person was waiting here alone, waiting for someone to come. Could this be a characteristic of the origin system? Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why did she like to stay in a lonely place with the darkness as her companion? The little angel was stunned for a moment. She thought for a few seconds before coming to her senses. That day, in the dream where she touched the god's blood, the last scene was indeed very similar to what she was seeing now. She was also alone in the darkness. Perhaps it was not their original wish to be with the darkness. It was something that they had no choice but to do, turning their bodies into the nail of order, firmly nailing all the darkness in place. It seemed to be describing such a scene. Hui swayed in place for a while and stretched his neck to look at the first-generation inheritor. He whispered. Feng, his breath is completely still, but the origin energy is still there. Did you notice? Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. The origin energy that remained in AI Hongyun's body was indeed still there, but it was no longer alive. Even if he used the same kind of origin energy here to stimulate the origin energy in AI Hongyun's body, there was no reaction, as if it had fallen asleep with the passing of the person. His origin energy is light. Yun Nuashing found a kind of origin energy that was of the same origin in her own origin energy. It was a brilliant golden light, and if she kept staring at it, she seemed to be able to see the flow of light. It is related to light, the inheritor of the origins. Hui said light element. No, it is light. It is the concept of light. The light element is just a kind of energy in the realm of the gods, a kind of power. Although its existence already includes 70 to 80% of the concept of light, it is not complete. Yun Nuashing said, and continued to lead the group forward until they were a few meters in front of AI Hongyun. At such a close distance, they could clearly see the shape of his body. His appearance was also clearly visible. The body that belonged to the primeval heavenly god and still contained the origin energy did not change with the passage of time. Oh, even if this layer of reason was ignored, it was just that the body was in the permanently solidified void of the origin, so the body would not change under the influence of time. The premise was that one could withstand the influence of the void of the origin itself. Yun Nuashing put her palms together and gently bowed to AI Hongyun in front of her. Hui and the others saw her and bowed as well. Yun Nuashing sighed softly and said, "Farewell, buddy. I hope that in your next life you can—" Before he could finish his habitual words, he felt a strange surge of energy halfway through his sentence. The inheritor of the first generation, who had died countless years ago, suddenly opened his eyes. The origin energy also flowed because of this, as if he had never died and was just sleeping here. A pair of golden eyes reflected the appearance of Yun Nuashing and the others. Wow. Siyu was so shocked that she shouted in the soul transmission, "The corpse has come to life!" Yun Nuashing was also stunned for a moment. She frowned slightly and carefully took a step back, pushing the other three behind her. She whispered, "AI Hongyun?" AI Hongyun looked at them quietly. Under their slightly horrified gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Finally, someone has come here. Countless years have passed, almost an eternity of waiting. You have finally come here. Come forward. I don't have much time left. I need to pass down this power of mine. If it were to dissipate with me, it would be a great loss to Order. Order needs this power." As he spoke slowly, he tried to move his cross-legged body. It was as if the joints of a person who had been sitting for too long had become rusty. It took a lot of effort to move his body again. Golden light condensed in his hands and gathered in his palms, condensing into a long strip. The wriggling light seemed to be molding himself into something. However, they soon knew the answer. The golden light in AI Hongyun's hands dissipated and turned into a 2-meter-long longsword. Its entire body was forged by golden and dazzling white light. Many divine patterns and energy runes occupied half of the surface of the longsword. Their existence seemed to be creating a domain with binding power, used to bind the flowing golden and dazzling white light. After all, this sword was forged with a high concentration of light and energy. Those divine patterns and energy runes were used to condense the light and energy within a certain range and solidify the appearance of the longsword. It's so bright. If you bring it out at night, it will definitely light up a radius of 1,000,000 miles. See, you couldn't help but complain in her soul. Yun Nuashing, this is the rhythm of light on the divine weapon ranking. Hui suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Yun Nuashing guessed when he heard about the divine weapon ranking. Now that Hui threw out a name that he had never heard of, he was dumbfounded. What the hell? No, when did the divine weapon ranking have this damn name? What damn name? Hui also looked at him strangely. This thing is called the rhythm of light. Yun Nuashing was stunned. The swords in the divine sword record didn't have names or anything like that. That's fine. There weren't any other restrictions. However, it seemed that the names of the swords in the divine sword record had changed in the future. When he was wandering around the realm of the gods in this era, he didn't really touch on the divine weapon ranking. After all, according to Jingyin, the 12 divine swords seemed to be in the hands of the first generation of inheritors. It wasn't clear how the Nethervoid sword came to be. Oh, I've digressed. Then the rhythm of light, right? According to its characteristics, and what was understood in the future, its name in the future should be the Shadow Lightsaber, the one ranked 9th in the divine sword record. All right, he felt that the name in front sounded better. The people in the future probably changed the name to make it easier to understand. The divine sword ranked 9th in the divine sword record. Yun Nuashing muttered in his soul. Hui was stunned when he heard this. Ranking? When did the 12 divine swords have a ranking? Where did you get this news from? Why did the divine weapon ranking change its name? Yun Nuashing. Did the people in the future have too much time on their hands? Not only did they change the names of the divine swords because they had nothing better to do, they even ranked them. Also, it seemed that there weren't many divine weapons in this era, so there was only the divine weapon ranking. Was there a need to create a separate category for the 12 divine swords? Based on what he knew so far, the 12 divine swords might not have a ranking. After all, they were all created by the god of origin. They were gifts that the god of origin left for the first generation of inheritors. There shouldn't be any ranking. Conclusion: the people in the future really had nothing better to do. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. He looked up at AI Hongyin. You said that the power left for the world of order was the rhythm of light? Your sword? Yes. AI Hongyin smiled faintly. I can't wield it anymore. Let it return to its rightful place and play its role. Come forward. I'll hand it over to you. My mission is complete. Yun Nuashing nodded silently. He gestured for the 3 of them to stay where they were. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of the first generation of inheritors. He bowed slightly and clasped his hands together. Netherworld, firmament, / Boom! The violent, multicolored torrent of energy that was billions of miles long rumbled through the primordial void with a violent power that could make even the primordial void tremble. The surging energy impact was mixed with the wild roars of the origin energy and the annihilation energy clashing. Shock waves burst out millions of times in an instant. From afar, it looked like a giant sun had exploded, and dozens of energy rings suddenly spread out. Hui and the 2 girls did not expect that he would suddenly do this. The 3 of them were not in a stable horse stance. A light flashed in the corner of their eyes, and their entire vision turned white. The storm blew their faces a little crooked, and they almost flew out. The energy waves that made the void of the origin restless washed over them for a full 5 seconds before suddenly dissipating. The land in front of Yun Nuashing had completely disappeared, along with the first generation of inheritors. Hui and the others were completely dumbfounded, but because of their understanding of Yun Nuashing, they only thought that he had gone crazy for a moment. The next second, they realized that something strange might have happened. If they continued to think in this direction, that AI Hongyun, according to the nature of this matter, the primordial void, which had been frozen since ancient times, began to vibrate. It was dull, and it came from afar, crushing the place where they were. An abnormally terrifying aura suddenly descended. What was crazily dancing in the primordial void was the aura of primal chaos, the aura of annihilation energy. And this time we could say with certainty that the one who came out to cause trouble was definitely not some small thing. There seems to be rules and order here. Something is stirring up the void of the origin, causing it to change. Foam, Qing Huang's beautiful eyes trembled. She could feel that the entire source domain was trembling. The explosive energy outside was also trembling. The explosive energy that contained endless destructive power was roaring crazily. The entire destroyed source domain was trembling. Come over here. The destructive energy is going to crush us. Hui shouted. He quickly called out to Maple. Guardian barrier. The golden crystallized barrier suddenly engulfed the four of them. The island beneath their feet and the fragments of the planets around them began to move restlessly as they participated in this crazy and chaotic dance. Under the influence of the primordial void, they were squeezed by an unknown force, crushed into dust, and suddenly expanded. The order energy contained within was rapidly released, forming a huge net that was condensed from order and primordial energy, and just happened to engulf the four of them. The restless, destructive energy crashed into the large net of order like a violent storm. Huey's guardian barrier was only slightly affected by the energy which startled them. The realm of order here is protecting us? Hui looked forward in a daze. Is it the residual energy of the origin god? Probably. No, Maple. What is going on? Is it that kind of thing? Yun Nuashing turned to look at them and nodded. AI Hongyun's body, the energy of the chaos concept body. Have you thought of anything? The three of them remained silent for a while. They finally figured it out. They thought back to the world where Suifeng came from, where they encountered the primal chaos, origin, heavenly god, obsession in the soul suppressing ring. Since the origin, heavenly god's obsession could be corroded by the primal chaos energy, then a first-generation inheritor could be corroded as well. However, the primal chaos energy was corroding the body of the first-generation inheritor. Although I had a feeling that AI Hongyun, who had turned into a seal with this body, might not be dead, and that he himself had turned into a prison guard to guard this place. However, this cage made of the destruction domain is imprisoning chaos concept bodies. We are in the middle of the cage and they are not moving at all. Do you think that is possible? Hui was sweating profusely. All right, you're right. But Maple, you should tell us directly next time. You scared me. By the way, what would have happened if you had walked up there? Yun Nuashing glanced at him. I would have volunteered to join the chaos void. The three of them were speechless. Ah, that was the worst possible answer. They wanted to talk for a while more, but a crazy and dark energy that made everyone tremble suddenly swept over. They all gathered their thoughts and prepared for defense. The primordial void of infinite darkness, it should now be called the chaos void. It was the domain of chaos, and the rules and order that permeated the place were all chaos power that held the absolute upper hand. The void domain that was created with all conditions was naturally dominated by chaos to fight a chaos concept body in the chaos void. That he was courting death. This was not the way to play the hell difficulty. This was different from encountering a clone of the chaos concept body or a shadow. This was the true body of the chaos concept body. Those damn things could fight the origin god head-on. They were one of the two most violent groups in the entire Grand Yuan realm. Don't let them manifest. Let's shoot them first. Yun Nuashing shouted. She waved her hand and threw out billions of energy arrays. The arrays overlapped and condensed into a thick cake behind her. They arranged themselves into a huge word. The rumbling energy of order and origin made the storm that swept over here even crazier. Hui, Siu, and Feng Qinghuang also mobilized all the energy. They held Yun Nuoxing's array and controlled it. They aimed at the scene where endless energy was condensing. When they sensed that an abnormal point had suddenly appeared in the dark chaos, they shouted together. All the energy poured out at once. Billions of energy condensed into a surging river of stars that pierced through the void and rushed toward that point. When that point sensed the energy surging toward it, a dark energy impact suddenly burst out from the center. The energy impact that contained the energy of annihilation and the energy impact of origin exploded at the moment of contact. The newly formed chaos void was shattered by the two forces of energy. The light of the explosion of energy that could not be seen clearly covered the entire void. In just a few seconds, an even more powerful destructive energy swept in from the outside and swept into the center of the storm. The destructive energy was suddenly annihilated. After all, it's a chaos concept body. Isn't it normal that we can't hit it in one move? Hui grimaced, although it was still annoying that they couldn't destroy the energy of the chaos concept body. It would be troublesome next. Maple, is there a more powerful? Hui shouted and turned around. He saw another dark energy rising from Maple's body. The annihilation energy became very excited under the stimulation of the law of chaos. It quickly and skillfully merged with the origin energy. Before Maple himself could react, he had become a walking bomb. Just the movement of the two types of energy was enough to stimulate the void. The void was so excited under the disturbance of this power that it couldn't control itself. Walking origin, chaos concept body. We couldn't help but say. His face twitched. The origin energy and annihilation energy were very excited at this moment. They were so excited that they could spontaneously release about 1% of the origin chaos concept body. The light of origin turned into a pillar of light and fell into the void. Yun Nuoxing looked over. The energy at that point in the void had finished gathering and reforming. The surging annihilation energy suddenly exploded into a dark light. The spherical energy impact shattered the void that had just condensed, and a figure slowly appeared from the exploding annihilation energy. AI Hongyin, the first-generation inheritor, had been completely taken over by the annihilation energy. The origin energy aura on his body had been suppressed to an extremely low level. Dark, gray clouds wrapped around his body like flames. The order battle robe on his back had also been dyed a chaotic gray. Divine runes and energy runes had been completely taken over by the annihilation energy. It seems to be different from the clone of the origin, heavenly god. We couldn't help but say. Yun Nuoxing knew what he meant. The clone of the origin, heavenly god, was still using origin energy when annihilation energy clouded his mind. However, the body of this first-generation inheritor was completely occupied by annihilation energy. The reaction of origin energy was suppressed to a relatively low level. It seemed that the degree of corrosion was different. AI Hongyin slowly raised his head and stretched his hands casually, as if he was sizing up this newly acquired body. After a while, he lowered his head and stared at Yun Nuo with his eyes that were filled with gray clouds. Suddenly, he chuckled without emotion. Interesting. You are indeed very interesting. After seeing you with my own eyes, I know that you are far more interesting than they said. Hoarse and stressed, coupled with the strange syllables that seemed to be produced when the annihilation energy vibrated, it sounded a little powerful. However, we didn't want the other party to be too powerful at this time. I don't think this is very interesting. Why don't you all stay away from me? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said. He put his hands behind his back and laughed. That won't do. It's rare to encounter something interesting. All right, you have our power. It's so strong and so rich. It seems that it's not impossible to pry you away from the origin, heavenly god, to our side. Interesting. Compared to when they mentioned you, you seem to have changed a lot. In such a short period of time, you have grown so much. AI Hung Yin looked at his right hand and turned it over and over again. After a moment, he said, "You are much more interesting than him." "Ah, it seems that we have to follow the procedure, right?" It slowly opened its arms, and dark clouds gushed out of its body like a volcanic eruption. The rich and vast manic energy almost made Hui gasp for breath. He rolled his eyes and said, "Come on then, let's spar a little." Ah, a battle won't be fun without some conditions. He suddenly raised his head and let out a deep and emotionless laugh. "This is a rare opportunity. I don't intend to play like they do. So I'll give you a reminder. If you fall here, then I'll bring you back. Then I'll let you do it yourself and destroy all the worlds of order that you love." What an ironic joke, Yun Nuoxing's face was as calm as water. The billions of magic circles that were on standby behind him turned their cores at the same time and aimed at AI Hung Yin. Myriad creation void, chaos falling stars. Billions of energy light pillars suddenly collapsed towards that point. Endless streams of light and a sea of light all gathered at that point. It was like a waterfall of stars falling into a black hole. The energy storm that erupted suddenly drowned the entire void. That person's figure was instantly drowned. It was also at this moment that there was another surge of energy that was similarly surging and majestic in the void of chaos. That was the power of the origin. Myriad creation void, origin casting stars. The light of inception turned into a pure gold and wildly expanded. In just a few seconds, it encompassed the entire region of the void. The edges of the light of inception also became blurry due to the expansion, and when it reached a distance, it became a light curtain that descended from the sky. The surging origin energy madly gathered within the curtain of light as huge suns slowly appeared. They were all highly concentrated energy aggregations that filled the void and condensed into a sea of light. The void was really bright. The light of the origin energy was everywhere. The void that was enveloped by the light of primordial suddenly cracked open. Tens of millions of cracks bloomed in every corner, tearing to a width of hundreds of meters and thousands of meters. Energy towers that were hundreds of meters tall appeared from the cracks and entered the void. The moment they entered, the origin energy was raised to an extremely high level, almost able to counteract the effects of the chaotic void. "Lord Feng, Lord Hui, I'm here to reinforce you. Chaos concept body, is it? Come. The 60 million energy towers here are ready. New energy towers are also being prepared. You there, help me open the door a little wider. The laws of this place are too distorted. Hurry up and set up the energy towers." Looking at the twinkling stars and energy towers that filled the sky, and then listening to the noisy voices that rang out through the soul transmission, we suddenly relaxed a little and could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. The void was really King bright. Chapter 1843. He did not know how to describe the scene in front of him. It was the most violent, the second most violent battle scene he had ever seen in his life of more than 10 eras. The void was filled with stars made of order and origin energy. The continuous sea of energy was surging and violent, forcefully pushing back the rules of the environment and the rules of the chaotic void. It was as if the sky had fallen and was pushed back. In the entire De Yuan realm, only those two groups of people could do this. He had never thought that Maple could display such power when he was angry. The power of the original light mixed with the origin energy and the annihilation energy. Now, all that was left was to display the rules, order, and energy form. I Ching did not know if this level of power could suppress the chaos concept body. Even if he could not kill it, he could at least injure it and let them see some hope. TSK, Maple would probably laugh at him if he heard that. "Lord Hui, all the arrangements have been completed. The remaining energy towers will be left outside to carry out the final orders on our behalf, I Ching said quickly. He turned to look at the area sealed by the realm of order, which was already flooded with endless energy. Every flash was an explosion of energy at the level of creation. It was unknown whether it was caused by Lord Foam or the chaotic concept bodies. We tried to suppress the rules of this place, but we failed. The environment of the void is imprinted with the imprint of the chaotic void, just like how the order of the void is unable to break through the bottom line to change order. The rules of this place cannot be changed into order rules. Even if we use the realm of order to suppress it, the rules of this place cannot be changed into order rules. This is the place set up by the chaos concept body. We can't change it, so let's not bother about it. Compared to that, let's focus on the attack in front of us. Hui nodded and pointed to the front. Tens of millions of order energies surged into the sealed area like a reverse ocean. The momentum was really like a sea, crashing into the area. The sound of rolling waves could be heard in the void. The realm of order was already filled with energy, turning into a huge sphere. It looked like a colorful sun from here, and they were standing in front of the sun to watch the rolling waves on its surface. The truth was very much like that. Every energy explosion caused by the fight between Maple and the chaos concept body was like an explosion inside the sun. It was just that the former's movements were absolutely exaggerated, so big that it could overturn the sky. Their reinforcements outside would probably be wiped out when they fell into it. Sir Hui, don't we need to go in and provide support? I Ching blurted out, subconsciously. He couldn't help but spit it out. He smiled bitterly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Looking at the young man's appearance, Hui shrugged. You saw it too. Look at the scene in front. If you plunge into the front, I'm afraid you'll die in an instant. Those are the representatives of the two biggest violent maniacs in the void. Let's not get involved, lest we do bad things with good intentions. At this time, Hui frowned and sighed. There's no way. Phew, I also want to go in and help Foam. But, to be honest, at this time my shield is useless except for being a hindrance to Foam. He really wanted to go in and help, but the attacks here were really unbearable without origin energy. If he went in and rolled around, he would probably be able to roll into the reincarnation road. It's just that Si Yu's pretty face was full of worry. She looked at the area in front of her. The colorful energy was like a layer of storm that kept spinning in front of them, occupying the entire void. It was gorgeous, but it was extremely dangerous. That was an area that they couldn't explore. It was an area that they still couldn't set foot in. If they blindly stepped in because of worry, they would just be courting death. I'm a little worried. Little Star, between him and it, who has a higher chance of winning? Hui trembled. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Forget it. Don't say any more. Si Yu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Her jade-like hands were tightly clasped together. Actually, this answer didn't even need to be asked. This was an answer that was buried in one's heart. No one wanted to face or believe the answer. It was an unavoidable fact. Their opponent was a chaos concept body. In the past, they might have only faced their shadows or clones. But now that it had appeared here, they could basically confirm that it was passed down from the mythological era. In the 36th and 37th eras, it had been banished here along with AI Hongyun's void domain. After more than a dozen eras, the first generation of inheritors had long since passed away, leaving only a malignant tumor here. Then, their group of intruders unsurprisingly encountered it that was hibernating here. In the present day, where the heavenly god of origins had passed away, no one, not a single being of order, would be a match for the chaos concept body. There were various reasons why they could escape from their hands in the first few encounters, but this encounter they were done for. This time, the chaos concept body was very interested in Maple, so much so that it would not hesitate to abduct him directly. He had every reason to believe that the chaos concept body would definitely do its best this time. Maple. Hui stared at the colorful energy wall. that could not be crossed and sighed deeply. You mustn't go overboard. The explosion of the annihilation energy blasted a huge hole in the sea of order energy that drowned the domain. Dark energy shock waves set off monstrous waves in the distance. In the hole, two figures crossed each other before circling back in the next instant. Wielding a great sword and a long sword that were similarly exuding extreme, destructive power, they clashed fiercely. As they crossed each other, bursting with the energy of order and chaos madly devouring each other, the released energy blasted on both sides, but only one figure was blown away. The energy of the sea of order surged and blasted out a shock wave to catch the figure that was blown away. Tens of thousands of light of energy gushed out from the sea of energy, charging out together with his figure as if a general was leading his own army to the front lines. Interesting, but not enough. The golden light flashed, but with a power that was completely different in nature. It drew an arc and cut down his army. It looked at the figure that was rushing over with the light of origin. It raised the rhythm of light in its hand pretentiously and fought with Yun Nuashing, who was pouncing on it again. Boom! The netherworld ruins, sword in its hand, fiercely smashed onto the rhythm of light. The energy that exploded in the void caused the sea of energy, which had yet to close in, to be pushed far away once again. In the distant void, there was even a sun of order that was extinguished and fell into the sea of energy, setting off a huge amount of energy that was released into the sea of order. Wanxiang, stars! The sea of energy that had just surged didn't retain that strand of energy for long before it suddenly exploded under the urging of a command. The sea of energy condensed nearly a third of the enormous energy, turning into a pillar of energy that could shatter the void and burst out. Don't tell me you're even going to. It was stunned by this attack that seemed to destroy everything indiscriminately. From Yun Nuashing's dual-colored eyes, it saw a touch of madness and recklessness. It couldn't help but chuckle softly. The arm that was holding the rhythm of light used all its strength to fiercely throw Yun Nuashing, who was trying to entangle it in place, away. When it raised its hand and was about to order an attack, it was suddenly attracted by a sound. A series of sounds of chains surging exploded in the void. In a short period of time, all of the chains were wrapped around AI Hongyan. The surging origin energy and annihilation energy burst out at the same time, binding itself to AI Hongyan like a long nail. A silver-black aura suddenly burst out as well. AI Hongyan looked at the silver-black aura that spread over its body in an instant and was slightly surprised. Its gaze suddenly shifted to Yun Nuashing, who had a crazy grin on her face. It couldn't help but squint its eyes. All of the actions that it wanted to do became a futile struggle under the influence of this aura. Interesting. Transverse clouds. Let this monstrous sea of energy become the grave that will bury you. After stabilizing her body, Yun Nuashing took advantage of the moment when AI Hongyan was trapped by the sins of the world to draw her bow and arrow. In the void, she raised the gigantic longbow that was 100,000 miles long. The power of order surged like a storm, converging into a black hole at the tip of her finger. Countless energy in the sea of energy also crashed into the black hole with a crazy momentum. In just a moment, the energy arrow condensed and took form. Dozens of energy halos burst out and broke through the void. The vast destructive energy directly reloaded on AI Hongyan. With AI Hongyan as the center, the two energy streams arrived unexpectedly and unleashed a frenzied burst of energy. However, that was not the end of it. The amalgamation of order energy that was floating in all directions around the sea of energy dimmed at that moment. Only the core of the amalgamation of order energy was still emitting a surging light of energy. With a sudden pulsation, it was as if its body had suddenly expanded. Its dimmed body instantly returned to normal. In an instant, thousands of dense energy streams erupted from all over the void and gathered in the storm, causing the already frenzied and chaotic storm to become even more frenzied. Looking from afar, one could only see an energy storm that seemed to be holding up the void. Yun Nuoxing's figure quickly retreated to avoid the damage caused by her own attack. At this moment, his body was wrapped in the energy of annihilation, and he would not be any better off if he took the impact of her order energy head-on. Even if Yun Nuoxing knew that his opponent was a chaos concept body, he could not unleash his origin energy to its limits. If he used his order form to clash with it, he would not be able to cause much damage to the chaos concept body. However, if he used his other order form, he could resist a portion of the chaos concept body's attack. To put it simply, he could not kill AI Hongyun in his order form, but if he used his chaos order form, he could prevent AI Hongyun from being too agitated and insta-killed. Now he could only thank himself for coming into contact with the energy of annihilation early, allowing him to possess another order form. Using the origin energy in his chaos order form would more or less decrease in power and vice versa. However, Yun Nuoxing could not do anything about it. If his opponent was so powerful that he could insta-kill him, he had to at least ensure that he was alive before he could give his opponent a good beating. In terms of form, he would give him a good beating, but in terms of effect, he would just have to take it seriously. Therefore, even if he knew that he could not defeat AI Hongyun, he still danced around like a clown, like, phew, there was nothing he could do even if he could not win. He could not just sit and wait for death, could he? Escape? He did think about it, but this place was its domain. He was only using the full power of the original light, and there were hundreds of high-concentration energy aggregations hanging outside, unleashing the power of order to resist the influence of the chaos domain on them. However, that did not mean that it could not counter their power of order. It was still in the state of a cat toying with a mouse. "Is that all you've got?" A deep, cold laugh came from the storm. A golden light mixed with the energy of annihilation shone through the thick storm, illuminating the void. After a brief moment, the storm that stood in the void suddenly shuddered. The surging energy of annihilation appeared in his senses, and in just a brief moment, the attack that he had unleashed with all his power was disintegrated. Even if the attack was dispelled quickly enough, the center of the void where the attack was focused had been completely destroyed once again. The existence of the primordial void had caused the void domain to become quite restless. AI Hongyun's figure walked out of the primordial void, releasing dark clouds. He was holding the rhythm of light in his hand, which was now tainted with the presence of the energy of annihilation. The attack should be effective. "It has begun to use its own power," the little angel whispered. She, Frost, and Little Purple Soul were assisting him in the spiritual world. This was the only thing that they could do now. "The effect is not great. I can't find the upper and lower limits of their recovery speed at all. Even if I inflict damage now, it won't have much effect." Yun Nuoxing shook her head slightly. Most of the power that she was using now was AI Hongyun's own power, probably because she had possessed AI Hongyun's body. For example, the attack that she had just used and the rhythm of light that she was holding were all AI Hongyun's own power. It was only now that she was slowly releasing the energy of annihilation. They were both energy life forms. Oh, no, they should not be the energy life forms that he knew and understood. They might be of the same category, but of a higher level. The dregs and wreckage of the Deyuan world were left behind by the life forms of order. They were traces left behind by the wantonly changing the void. She put her hands behind her back, and the rhythm of light floated beside her. As she moved forward, the rhythm of light slowly rotated around her. It slowly stopped 10,000 feet in front of Yun Nuoxing and raised a pair of dark eyes to look at him. "I didn't expect you to use this kind of thing to deal with." "Ah, right. I heard from her that you have a rather interesting thing, but I didn't expect." Yun Nuoxing frowned. Different life forms had different names for the sins of the world. The Altar Guardian called it the origin of destruction. He said that it was the sins of the world. However, the chaotic concept body called it the dregs and wreckage of the Yuan world. The name of an object usually contained its own characteristics. Even if it was only a part of it, there must be some profound meaning behind it. The language of sin used the energy impact of the collision between the energy of annihilation and the sins of the world. It could bind the individual that belonged to the order of chaos for a short period of time. Similarly, using the power of order could affect the life form that used the power of order. This thing was actually quite useful, but it would be even better if it did not cause him to suffer from the pain of the backlash when using it. He felt that there was no need to explain what the sins of the world was. As for the effects of using this thing, well, just look at what Quarter Moon was forced to do back then. What? You're not going to fight anymore. I've always heard them talking about you, as if there's something special in the world that's worth paying attention to. To think that I was looking forward to it. Apart from being a little surprised at first sight, I didn't expect it to be of this level. AI Hongyin spread his hands and let out a hollow laugh as if he was mocking. Not as fun as those slippery fellows. At least, they're still worth toying with. Although you're close to the level of origin, you're still very different from them. You have a form but no soul. Boring, boring. Forget it. You're not as fun as I imagined. If that's the case, I'll just kill you. The void suddenly darkened. The light that the amalgamation of the energy of order and the sea of energy shone on this place faded. The impenetrable sea of energy seemed to have sensed something and retreated slightly. The amalgamation of energy that hung in the void suddenly retreated collectively and sank into the sea of energy, allowing their light to shine through the sea of energy and sprinkling a curtain of light that was formed by the convergence of billions of light rays in the void. The sudden movement made it slightly stunned. It subconsciously looked for Yun Nuoxing's figure, its sweeping gaze finally fixed on the storm right in front of it. There was a point of energy that was absorbing all the energy in the void without any scruples. It gathered the energy of origin, the energy of annihilation, the sins of the world, and the light of the beginning. The storm that was stirred up by a bunch of mixtures was brilliant, as if the entire Yuan realm had been rubbed into it. The movement of the storm gathering only lasted for a while. In the turbulence of the monstrous energy, a little colorful starlight suddenly appeared. It was the color of the amalgamation of order and chaos. When the energy storm was released, it had already caused the void to riot together. Looking at the storm that suddenly appeared in front of it, it could not help but squint its eyes. Its palm could not help but hold the rhythm of light. This action made it feel a little unbelievable. It actually felt fear in an instant, or shock. This is very similar to their aura, origin, the power of origin, the power that has lost its restraints. Boom! The gathering storm stopped spinning and exploded in an instant. The loud noise that shook the void caused the sea of energy that enveloped the void to churn up huge waves. It was as if a star had been born in a nebula, dispersing the dust clouds. The colorful light bloomed, announcing to the entire world the arrival of a new star. Accompanied by this energy boom, Yun Nuoxing's figure appeared from the void once again. 2 wide pairs of cloud wings extended from her shoulder blades, flying up and down along with the surging energy of origin and annihilation. The place where the mark of origin should have been on her body was now surging with the aura of 2 types of order. Her body, which was forged from pure energy, order, and rule power, was being pulled out along with the flow of energy. Streams of energy that extended 1 or 2 meters out of her body were being pulled out along with the flow of energy. She looked like a hedgehog. The divine pattern of the heavenly god of destruction had been switched from her forehead to her palm. The nether void sword in her hand was also occupied by the red and black energy of destruction. It became even more demonic, and an abnormally terrifying aura emanated from it. Ugh! AI Hongyin frowned fiercely. The aura that overflowed from her body was the true aura of origin and the others. She couldn't help but recall the scenes that had happened countless years ago. She didn't know what had happened back then, but she didn't even notice that her grip on the rhythm of light tightened and the annihilation energy became even more restless. Is that so? So that's what the Hu of the De Yuan realm meant. No, the origin doesn't have such an aura, nor is it an existence similar to us. Humph. Interesting. What are you? Yun Nuashing lowered her head and looked into her eyes that shone with the colorful luster of origin. Her eyes seemed to contain something else, and even AI Hongyun was stunned. You're asking me what I am? She gently waved the Netherruin sword in her hand, and the entire void seemed to move along with her movements. I'd like to ask someone else what I am, if you're planning to watch. Yun Nuashing raised the Netherruin sword and pointed it forward. AI Hongyin instantly felt as if he was being watched by dozens of origin heavenly gods, and her hair stood on end. Then I won't hold back. This is the domain of origin. The Netherruin sword, which carried a tremendous amount of energy, stabbed into the void, and the sudden burst of origin energy made it seem as if hundreds of suns had exploded. Dozens of energy halos spread out in all directions and pressed against the surface of the sea of energy, shrinking the area that was trapped in the void once again. The domain constructed by the completely liberated origin energy seemed to release an impact force that was as if two regions of the void had perished together. Everything in the world was flung out in one breath, and wherever the brilliant light shone, many things seemed to be flung out at the same time. Yun Nuashing didn't see clearly what those blurry lights and shadows in the void were, but AI Hongyun's reaction was real. He saw that AI Hongyun had retreated a distance in an instant. Annihilation energy surged, and the rhythm of light in his hand released a monstrous amount of annihilation energy. Clouds of chaos also appeared around AI Hongyun's body, and it seemed that AI Hongyun had entered a defensive state. Yun Nuashing pulled out the Netherruin sword, and while AI Hongyun was still in a defensive state and the domain was still self-perfecting, she suddenly dashed out. With the force of a thunderbolt, she appeared in front of AI Hongyun in an instant, and the Netherruin sword in her hand slammed down with all the origin energy. Looking at the Netherruin sword that smashed the void into primordial chaos, AI Hongyun's expression changed slightly. It wasn't worried about Yun Nuashing's attack, but the origin energy. Damn it. The body it had possessed belonged to an inheritor of origin. Under such circumstances, being heavily injured by the fully liberated origin energy would cause it considerable damage. But if it were to abandon this body, tisk. It smacked its lips, and the primordial chaos clouds burst forth to protect it from the impact of the origin energy. It raised the rhythm of light in its hand and met the Netherruin sword head-on. A storm of order bloomed with the two people at the center, and the void where the explosion occurred collapsed once again. Primordial void. Yun Nuashing waved her arm, and hundreds of chains entangled with origin energy pierced into the primordial void in a flash. Unparalleled energy poured into the primordial void, condensing into an energy array that was millions of miles wide. A soft cry came from Yun Nuashing's throat, and he pulled the chain with his hand and smashed it forward with all his might, smashing the array forward like a brick. The magic circle that shattered the void, and the void pressed at the two of them with the aura of a meteorite. Sensing the power of origin that was approaching rapidly again, AI Hongyun's face turned gloomy again. He gritted his teeth, and the surging clouds of chaos spread out in the void. From the surging clouds of chaos, countless soldiers of chaos rushed out. They were the soldiers of chaos in black cloaks. So it's you. Yun Nuashing was stunned when she saw the group of black-cloaked soldiers. She suddenly seemed to understand that AI Hongyun's nagging was not as manic and crazy as the other chaos concept bodies. It was calmer, and if one had to say that it had no emotions, it was actually a kind of emotion. In addition, it seemed to have a special interest in the underworld, and it was weaker than the chaos specter he saw on the cloud continent. All these signs pointed to the fact that AI Hongyin was more like a human than the other two chaos concept bodies he saw. As expected, it had installed a brain, so it took away part of its combat power? Could it be that there were strong and weak chaos concept bodies inside, just like the primordial heavenly gods? While the two people were crushing each other, two white clouds were quietly rolling in the center of the pseudo-origin domain that was still surging and forming. Chapter 1844. The turbulent void had an even more turbulent sea of energy as the background. Without looking at the center of the battlefield, just looking at the billion-mile-high waves of the sea and the twinkling stars in the sea, one could already feel the extent of the explosion in the center of the battlefield. It was really a face-to-face collision. The two sides, who should have been fighting in the boundless void, were squeezed in a corner, closed the door tightly, and then slapped each other. Look at the storm-like origin energy, the huge magic circle, and the energy torrent that burst out tens of thousands of times in a breath. On the other hand, look at the energy of chaos. The vast clouds of chaos covered the sky and the sun, blocking the light of the origin energy. The soldiers of chaos that gushed out of the black fog were like bombs, automatically looking for the extremely powerful origin energy and rushing to die together with it. In addition, tens of thousands of smoke columns condensed by the clouds of chaos appeared in the rolling clouds of chaos, forcibly holding up the magic circle that smashed with the power of creation. The two who were at the center of the battlefield did not move much from the beginning and had been in the center of the violent explosion. The origin energy released by the magic circle that contained the breath of the void of origin made AI Hongyin quite wary. Seeing that it could not avoid it and did not hesitate to use a large number of cannon fodders to intercept it, it was probably to the extent of death. Yuan Nuashing saw this, but he could not make use of it. He did not know what happened between the void of origin and the origin energy. He only knew that there was such a situation, but he did not know the cause and effect. It was not something that could be done by simply mixing the two breaths together. Now, he did not have the time to delve into what the abnormality was and could only use more attacks. As long as he launched enough attacks and fast enough, some of the tens of thousands of attacks per second would become the power that AI Hongyin feared. Then this part of the attacks would be all intercepted furthermore. It wasn't a good idea for him to keep fighting head-on against AI Hongyin. Even if the chaotic concept body was a weaker model, it wasn't something that he could defeat easily. It was just that he was struggling bitterly. But now he had no way out. Retreating, escaping, and taking a break were all unrealistic, even if he just slightly reduced the momentum of his attacks. Phew! Just this thought alone made him feel as though he could already see himself being pierced by the rhythm of light. This time, it wasn't the same chaos specter that had teased him on the cloud continent. The chaos specter in front of him was extremely hostile, and this hostility had been increasing since the beginning. How much longer can you hold on? 20 minutes at most, Little Angel replied softly. Her pretty face was full of heaviness. Using rule, order, energy form, without any prior preparation would cause too much damage to himself. Also, the duration would be greatly reduced. She estimated that he wouldn't be able to last as long as the last time when he had a good beating with the Chaos Spectre. Oh, maybe I was being too confident. It wasn't that he wouldn't be able to last until his form collapsed. He might not even be able to last until the next minute. The place where the two people were fighting was the center of the entire battlefield. It was like the point of contact between two worlds. Countless amounts of wasted energy would be thrown out from this point and fall into the sea of energy. They would be converted into the power of order by the domain of order, through the condensation and compression of thousands of energy aggregates. They would be transformed into attacks of order that would surge out again. The entire void was filled with a rain of order energy. Every raindrop was a powerful attack of order energy. Looking at this vast and mighty attack that seemed to have trapped AI Hongyin in a corner, only Yun Nuashing, who was risking his life to fight against AI Hongyin, knew that AI Hongyin was still calmly watching all of his attacks. At first, AI Hongyin was startled by the strange origin energy attack. But now, AI Hongyin had already recovered from the shock and was steadily launching his attacks. He was cooperating with Yun Nuoxing's attacks to defend, counterattack, and clash head-on with AI Hongyin. AI Hongyin was playing around. Boom! Boom! The boundless impact of order continued to expand the area where the void was sunk. The origin of void was about to occupy the entire battlefield once again. It was also at this time that AI Hongyun's eyes suddenly surged with a touch of gray. A strong chaos impact suddenly exploded from AI Hongyun's body, causing Yun Nuoxing's attack to freeze for a moment. Caught off guard, AI Hongyun was sent flying. At the same time, all of the order energy on the battlefield exploded. The void was filled with traces of energy fireworks. I take back what I said earlier. You're not that powerful, but the way you use your power is very interesting. The chaos clouds on AI Hongyin body began to surge even more violently. The dark clouds that spread out for close to 100,000 miles were rolled into a huge vortex under the influence of a powerful force. The order energy that was still exploding fell into the vortex, but it only added a little bit of energy. It did not even have any color. The gushing annihilation energy condensed into a cloud ball and wrapped AI Hongyin in it. Yun Nuoxing could feel that the void was being affected. Not only did it turn into the inner void of the battlefield, it also affected the outer void of the realm of order. Hui and the others who were guarding the outer void were stunned. The invisible impact that suddenly swept across the battlefield was like a strong will that suddenly descended. It caused the energy towers that Hui and the others had set up to flicker for a moment. A series of mournful screams of order energy were heard. 40% of the energy towers exploded with a bang. The gorgeous fireworks that bloomed shocked everyone. Phone! What's going on? What's going on? You're not dead, are you? Although I'm not dead yet, I think it's about time. Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. Couldn't this guy be more tactful? Are you guys outside affected? Ah. Hui nodded. He scanned the void that was blooming with gorgeous fireworks and said in a low voice, 40% of the energy towers have been destroyed. Only the thousands of origin energy towers in the inner circle and the sun that you're hanging on are safe and sound. This is troublesome. There will be loopholes in the blockade, defense, and attack. Little Qing, do you guys have any backup plans? Something at the level of a lunatic. The more the better. No more. This time, we've really taken out all our trump cards. Yi Qing quickly shook his head. One after another, he left energy towers outside and left layers of defense. At this time, there was no defensive power that could be taken out on the main battlefield. At this time, they were still speeding up the production of energy towers in batches with the help of magic circles. Some of the energy towers had just been taken out, but before they could even fire a shot, they had already exploded into fireworks on the spot. It was beautiful to look at, but it was a little troublesome. This. Phone, what's going on in there? What's going on? Yun Nuoxing pulled the magic circle and retreated tens of thousands of meters away. The chaotic cloud in front of her had condensed, but it didn't seem to reduce at all. In just a short minute, the chaotic cloud ball that it had formed was already stronger than before. It was stronger by a great Yuan realm's level. Anyway, it's very bad. Yun Nuoxing's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly shouted through the soul transmission. Don't wait any more. Hurry up and destroy this void. Peel it off. Peel it off from the void. Keep sinking into the bottom of the void. Hurry. Boom, boom, boom. Hui, Yi Qing, and the others didn't say anything and triggered the energy towers and magic circles that they had left in the outer void. In an instant, the inner void vibrated violently. They saw that the void lit up with bright and colorful energy traces, forming a huge circle and ball shape. When the entire void was destroyed by the energy, it was also wrapped into a ball by the power of order, cutting off the boundary. The inner and outer void were separated at the same time. The ball of void quickly disappeared from the void and sank into the deep void and nothingness. Guardian Realm. Hui heavily smashed the large shield into the void in front of him. Once again, he displayed his premier realm and stuck close to the boundary of the Order realm. After doing this, he hurriedly shouted, "Phone!" There was no response. They were still talking just now, but in just a few seconds the voice disappeared. This made his heart thump. "Hey, Phone, don't joke with me. Hurry up and say something." There was only silence in the soul communication. This time, Hui understood what had happened. He stared at the barrier in front of him and clenched his fists. There were a few times when he couldn't help but want to rush in. However, before Feng gave the order, he couldn't act recklessly. "Here it comes again." "See you," suddenly whispered, startling Hui and Feng Qinghuang. She suddenly walked forward and placed her hand on the barrier. Mei Mao said gloomily, "It was the same 5 years ago. We couldn't do anything. It was just a thin layer of wall." But it felt as if it was separated by a few layers of the primordial realm. It was so far away that it couldn't be touched. Hui was stunned. 5 years ago, when Feng performed minor turbulence of the void, that day. That's right, the scene now was very similar to that day. A long time had passed, and a lot had changed. Hui had become a mid-level premier from a beginner to a mid-level premier. He could barely be considered as a mid-level premier. The 2 girls had also entered the premier realm. However, some things had never changed and couldn't be changed. At this most critical moment, without exception, they all became bystanders. Damn it! Hui punched the void fiercely. The chaotic storm that swept across the primordial void suppressed the turbulence of the sea of energy. The chaotic cloud ball in the center of the storm sent out an extremely strong energy wave. Yun Nuoxing didn't know what was happening inside. He only knew that Feng Qinghuang was definitely holding back and magnifying it. Moreover, it was a very fatal move for him. The problem now was boom, boom, boom. The energy of the sea of energy of order was almost depleted by him. Hui said that 40% of the energy towers had been destroyed. Well, he felt it. The energy of order had been weakened in all aspects. The speed of gathering, compressing, and attacking had all decreased by more than 10 times. However, he was still desperately mobilizing all the energy. He even mobilized the highly concentrated energy aggregates to crash into the chaotic storm. The energy aggregates, which were larger in size, crashed into the chaotic storm that was only 1/100th of its size. On the contrary, they were torn into pieces. The scattered energy of order flowed along the storm and scattered all over the void. Seeing this, Huey's face twitched violently. This bastard couldn't hit him while he was channeling. He wasn't someone who would sit and wait for his enemy to slowly launch an attack. If Feng Qinghuang paused for even half a second, he would smash a Milky Way rain on Feng Qinghuang's face. No matter what attack Feng Qinghuang intended to use, it would be fine as long as he didn't let Feng Qinghuang use it. But this? Well, it's over. He couldn't stop AI Hongyan from doing what he was doing. The chaotic storm that suddenly collapsed made Yun Nuoxing come back to his senses. He locked his gaze in front of him and caught an extremely dangerous aura. AI Hongyan, who walked out of the storm, no longer had a trace of the light of order on his body. The rhythm of light in his hand might be better called rhythm of chaos now. The dark energy that was dancing wildly on its body was affecting all the power of order in the primordial void across the void. You won't be able to maintain this state for long. I can see that. Your courage is praiseworthy. Very interesting. I'm going to use all my strength. You mustn't disappoint me. The destructive energy that suddenly broke through the void carried with it an aura of madness that could erode everything in the world. The madness only swept past, but Yun Nuoxing felt the light of his god's soul dimming a little. The primordial light that illuminated the void was actually shaken by the explosion of this aura. chaos, erosion, annihilation of all things. Ai Hongyan suddenly roared, and thousands of patterns that looked like words appeared on his body. The rhythm of light in his hand heavily smashed into the patterns formed by the chaotic characters. The chaotic energy that suddenly burst out, and tens of thousands of ferocious and twisted marks bloomed in the primordial void. It was as if the earth and the void were being torn apart. The collapsing chaotic energy eroded the primordial void, and in this state, the order and rules that belonged to chaos were imprinted in this region. The violent storm that rushed toward Yun Nuoxing's face made him retreat dozens of steps. He struggled to stabilize his body, which almost flew out. He looked at the huge chaos crack and chaotic characters that were engraved in the primordial void. He clenched his teeth and smacked his lips. The pervasive sense of danger made him feel a little gloomy. At the same time, the 147 types of origin energy in his god's soul bloomed with an unprecedentedly intense light. After he was completely familiar with them, they had not shown such an intense reaction in the past few eras. Even when they were fighting just now, they did not show such an intense reaction. Until now, this was the state when the chaotic concept body released all its power. It was enough for the origin energy to break free from his control and act according to their will. The ball of light at his heart uncontrollably shone with an abnormally bright light. Lines of energy suddenly extended from where it shone. It was the mark of origin and the divine pattern that belonged to the heavenly god of origin. It was definitely a divine pattern. It had the same presence as the divine pattern of destruction that was branded on his palm. The mark of origin and the divine pattern of origin spread. His body also uncontrollably erupted with a storm that was almost as violent as the mark of origin. The sweeping storm of origin helped him resist the chaotic energy that was attacking him. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head. In the storm, cracks appeared on his body along with the spreading mark of origin and the divine pattern, allowing him to recover from his madness for an instant. His heart was filled with bitterness. Even if the law, order, and energy form could theoretically carry unlimited energy and withstand the surge of endless energy, it could not withstand the commotion caused by the 147 types of origin energy going berserk at the same time. It made sense. After all, he was only at the peak of origin. Even if his law, order, and energy were pulled to a height that did not belong to his current level through various methods, they could not directly withstand the rampaging of the 147 types of origin energy. Origin, the power of origin. Directly receiving the protection of origin, Seeing Yun Nuoxing release the origin energy uncontrollably, Ai Hongyan could not help but let out a low chuckle. He watched as his body crumbled, watched as he calmly accepted his state of near collapse, and turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. The body of a mortal carrying the origin energy is a disaster, not a blessing. Moreover, you are carrying their power and ours. Even if your body is abnormal, your abnormality is not enough to suppress this disaster. Even so, you still calmly accepted all of this, because I have no choice. Yun Nuoxing spread his hands. From the beginning to the end, I have no choice at all. Is that so? Is that so? Ai Hongyan murmured. The moment his voice fell, the two figures that were looking at each other across the void suddenly disappeared. In an instant, they abruptly appeared in front of each other. The nether void sword that was entangled with the 147 types of origin energy and the rhythm of light fiercely smashed into each other. The silent explosion of energy was extremely violent as it wantonly spread across the void of origin. The energy storm of order and the energy storm of chaos collided violently. Even if a strand of energy scattered from the explosion landed far away, it was enough to take root in other places, turning into another storm that stood tall in the void of origin. Countless energies that were thrown out devoured the other, not stopping until it was dead. The two behemoths rampaged across the void of origin. The laws of order and the laws of chaos were constantly being born and destroyed in an instant. In the instant their eyes met, billions of energy blasted on each other's body. The explosive energy that was constantly exploding blasted both sides away. The two people that were tainted with each other's aura roared furiously and stopped their bodies from retreating. They charged forward and clashed countless times in a short instant. The energy phenomenon of wind, clouds, thunder, and lightning swept across the void of origin endlessly and exploded, as if it was reflecting the scene of billions of worlds in the void of origin being destroyed. Origin, after another fierce clash, Yun Nuashing fiercely slashed away the aura of chaos that entangled him. His right hand gripped the nether void sword tightly and was about to gather energy to unleash that attack when the excruciating pain that came from the depths of his soul twisted his pretty face. He took the time to glance at his body in an instant. The blossoming energy cracks had already spread from his arm to the tip of his fingers. The rest of his body had been completely covered by the cracks. The collapse was slowly spreading to the final area, to his face. In the distant void, a figure that was mixed with extremely violent annihilation energy, accompanied by an earth-shattering impact, seemed to be charging towards him with the entire great primordial realm. The crack that spread in the primordial chaos was like a claw that was filled with evil, and the characters of the primordial chaos were also swept by the impact and rushed towards him. Yun Nuashing fiercely gritted his teeth and gathered all the energy that he crazily released into the nether void sword. The cracks on his body also instantly spread from his neck to half of his face because of this reckless action. Seeing this, the little angel was so scared that her face turned pale. She was about to completely release her soul, but Frost was one step ahead of her. She turned herself into pure energy and lit up the light of origin, illuminating the entire soul world. Origin. Chaos. A desperate roar, accompanied by an energy scream that seemed to have been released from the origin of the primordial realm, suddenly bloomed. The impact of the two shocking energies that were enough to annihilate the primordial realm quickly dyed everything in the domain white. Whether it was the origin energy or the annihilation energy, at this moment only a vast expanse of whiteness was left. The storm was like a painter's graffiti with only simple lines left. One's senses and sight could not capture any changes in the collision of energies. I am the observer of the realm of the gods, even if I have to shatter all of my rules, imprints, all. I will pour everything I have into this attack. You want to shatter yourself along with the rules of your structure. Seeing this, AI Hongyin also revealed a trace of a crazy smile. At this moment, he finally had the feeling he had when he first saw the chaos concept body. Good. Very good. Come. Bet everything you and I have. I'll bet the entire void territory. Stay. Stay here. Rest here with me forever. Time and space seemed to have stopped at this moment, but this was actually not right. They were already standing at the top of the world, and the power of time was completely useless to them. The solidification and stillness at this moment was just an illusion. They felt that everything had slowed down. It was the influence of another force that made them come to a standstill together. In the void of origin, there were two white clouds surging. They were the abnormal points of this scene that had completely faded. They were also pure white, but they were able to let people know of their existence. Yun Nuashing and AI Hongyin both turned their gazes over at this moment, and both people widened their eyes. The white clouds were approaching them, slowly surging. Under their gazes, they extended and turned into two human figures. Just from their appearance alone, they should be a man and a woman. When Yun Nuashing saw the two clouds, her eyes revealed some confusion. She seemed to have seen this appearance somewhere before. Where was it? She was confused, and her brain seemed to be not working well. She had even forgotten the action of completely shattering the rules of her structure. Origin. It's you. AI Hongyun's expression changed drastically, and she suddenly understood something. Your power has been left here with him from the very beginning. Yun Nuashing's gaze trembled slightly, and she almost threw away the sword in her hand when she heard this. The reason why she did not throw it away was because the moment she threw it away, she might drown in the chaotic energy in front of her. Her strong desire to live made her press down on her trembling hand at this moment. Now that she looked at the two white figures again, she suddenly realized, aren't these two bastards the two bastards who dug out my heart in the Endless Palace? It seems that being forced to unleash power to the extreme will indeed affect the brain. Two pale streaks of energy suddenly burst out from the hands of the two heavenly gods of origin, piercing into the middle of the two people who were still fighting with all their might. They forcibly stopped Yun Nuashing and Ai Hongyun from fighting head-on without any regard for their lives, and dispersed the energy that was enough to destroy the primordial realm. One of the streaks of energy turned into a long whip that wrapped around her body, dragging her away from the center of the battlefield. When Yun Nuashing was being dragged away, her eyes, which were still staring ahead, saw the scene of the origin energy blooming. Billions of streaks of energy and billions of origin energy weapons were scattered all over the void like fireworks. They were all pointed at Ai Hongyun in unison, and the might of the heavenly gods of origin swept through the void wantonly. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. The chaotic concept body that was fighting with him to the death was finally being watched by someone who should be its opponent. It should be time to take a breather. Chapter 1845. The following battle had nothing to do with him. He became a bystander as he watched the two heavenly gods of origin beat up Ai Hongyun. It was truly a shocking scene. Ghosts and gods no longer existed. No, their existence was equivalent to the ghosts and gods themselves. At this moment, it was the ghosts and gods fighting and mortals retreating. The battle in front of him was much more intense than he had imagined. It was a head-on collision of pure energy and strength. It was similar to the battle between the heavenly gods of origin and the chaotic concept body. The two of them were equivalent to the void, and they were a level higher than the void. The power and energy they used were equivalent to the power of the world itself. No, that was not what he meant. He wanted to say that there was a greater than sign between them and the void. They were the truth. One represented the truth of the void of order, and even the void of order was created by them. The other side was the chaotic void itself. When the two sides fought, it was equivalent to the great Yuan realm beating itself up. At asterisk, and his mind was in a mess. In short, the scene of their battle was more than 80% unrecognizable. He had become a complete bystander, but he still had to maintain the state of burning himself. When the heavenly gods of origin dealt with him, they obviously did not have time to care about him. They just left a circle on him. God knew if the circle was reliable or not. He still had to maintain his defense, in case he was slapped into the path of reincarnation by an innocent torrent of energy passing by. How are you? Are you okay? The caring voice of the little angel quietly echoed in his soul. Yun Nuashing subconsciously responded, I'm fine. Are you guys okay? After saying that, he looked down at his body. It was full of holes, which did not seem to be the truth. This was simply he did not know what it was. At this moment, his body was like a piece of glass. Broken cracks had covered the entire surface of his body. It was the kind of situation that people would subconsciously stay away from when they saw him. He looked like this now. He was in tatters, and the cracks were full of broken energy. Although he was suppressing the rampaging energy bit by bit, he could not make himself look better. The little angel knew that he was just responding subconsciously. To him, as long as he was not dead, there was no problem, even if he had been tortured to the brink of death. What problem can we have? Oh, that's true. Yun Nuashing pressed his head and shook it a little. Suddenly, he felt a very warm presence in his soul. It was like a net that caught his falling soul, but it did not seem to be the presence of the little angel. The energy in my soul is schwang schwangs. She tilted her head and looked at the sun that was so dazzling that it was hard to look at it directly. She sighed and said, "At that time I shouldn't have been able to hold you back with just my soul. Schwang Schwang might have known about it and pulled your soul that almost collapsed before I did. Didn't you notice that your attack was a little different?" Yun Nuashing shook his head and said, "At that time I didn't have so much free time to pay attention to other things. If he had not released the origin of chaos, he would have been dead. If he had released it by force, there was a chance that he would have died a little later. There was no need to explain what to do. However, he realized later that he should have collapsed quickly after releasing the origin of chaos, but he was still holding on. It turned out that the ice sculpture of the little girl was keeping him alive. The energy, life, and soul of the origin of life were very warm, as if he had been thrown into a warm sea. His whole body was wrapped in a soft and comfortable aura. He floated in the air, but also seemed to be sinking into the sea bit by bit. He could not help but remember that there was once a person shaking his head to get rid of the memory. Yun Nuashing breathed a long sigh of relief and looked ahead. The battle between the heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept body had ended. There was no suspense. The energy in the void had reached the most intense and violent level as the battle ended. The two heavenly gods of origin used the rope of the origin of life to tie Ai Hongyun up in the void. The power and rules of the origin of life tightly entangled the dark clouds on his body. The latter just looked at it all quietly, its slightly lowered eyes even containing a bit of coldness and sizing up. It was probably talking about its mood at the moment. Really? Boring guy. It let out a cold and indifferent laugh. It tried to exert force with both hands, causing the origin of life to tremble slightly, and a piece of the dark clouds on its body was peeled off. "Since you care so much about this little guy, I'll return him to you. But don't think that you can protect him forever. They don't know and think that you are still showing off in the void of order. But we know very well." Ai Hongyin let out a mocking laugh. "Lonely ghosts struggling at death's door by relying on the fragments in the void, thinking that you can leave everything to protect the void of order. You can't do anything. You can't protect anything. The void, the great Yuan realm, will eventually return to the most primitive state. That is our domain. There is no place for order. It doesn't exist. Nothing exists." It suddenly turned its head, and its gaze landed on Yun Nuashing, who was far away from it. The latter was stunned by its gaze. "One day, we will personally take down the things that you still treasure. When that time comes, we will let him destroy this great origin realm on our behalf. I will wait for that day. I will wait for that day. I will enjoy this kind of irony." The dark clouds on Ai Hongyun's body were completely destroyed in an instant. Like broken crystals, they shattered into countless pieces and scattered into the void of origin. Not only that, Ai Hongyun's body also collapsed along with the chaotic concept body that had been eroding it for a long time. It turned into dust and disintegrated on the spot, and it dissipated bit by bit with the wind of energy. It's over. It's over. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief. She was too relaxed, and fatigue surged into her soul. She could not help but raise her head and shake it left and right. As the chaotic concept body dissipated, the extremely malicious presence in the void of origin also disappeared. The remaining chaotic energy immediately gave up resisting, and the origin of life that was still surging surged forward and devoured it completely. "It's not over, but it's over for now." Yun Nuashing, who was shaking her head, suddenly froze when she heard this voice. After a few seconds, her neck made a strange creaking sound as she turned around. In the void beside her, a young man in a majestic battle robe suddenly appeared. Seeing her turn around, the latter smiled and said, "Hello, successor of the heavenly destruction god." Yun Nuashing wiped her forehead, her face covered in sweat. "Why are all of you? Didn't she only get excited for 2 or 3 days? Why do all of you seem to know that I'm supposed to appear in the future? Oh, I've only heard of you before. I heard that a successor of the heavenly destruction god would appear in the future, but I just confirmed that it was you not long ago. AI Hong Yun shrugged with his hands behind his back. Yun Nuashing came to a sudden realization. She had just fought with the person in front of her, so it was not strange that he knew about her. Oh, speaking of which, this fellow was suppressed by the chaotic concept body, but there was still a part of her soul left? Also, because the heavenly destruction god is surrounded by a group of eminent gods, news of your appearance basically means that all of the eminent gods know about it. Since they know about it, it means that all of the first-generation successors know about it. As for the others, due to various reasons, they probably don't know about it completely. Yun Nuashing. All right, no matter if it was an ordinary person or a heavenly origin god, there would always be some people around who just wanted to watch the show. Yun Nuashing looked at AI Hong Yun, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind. She was currently in a mentally disabled state, so she quickly said whatever came to her mind. You just said that it's over for now. You mean, oh, this chaotic concept body isn't dead yet? Of course. How could they possibly die? AI Hong Yun nodded and said solemnly, they are the chaotic void itself, and their existence is equivalent to the concept of the chaotic void being indestructible. They will not dissipate and will only be exiled. As you can see right now, it has been scattered, but it still remains here, still remains here, still remains. AI Hong Yun slowly pulled up his sleeve, and dark energy patterns spread out from his left palm along his arm. Yun Nuashing's pupils contracted slightly at the sight. She could more or less imagine that these dark patterns were all over AI Hong Yun's body. They were the traces and evidence that the chaotic concept body had once. No, they were the traces and evidence that it had left behind. There's no way to deal with it? That's basically impossible. Haha. Borrowing the power of the two remaining gods, they barely managed to bind it here. Oh, I forgot. This place is actually binding two chaos concept bodies, one of which had been exiled many years ago and hasn't shown any signs of climbing back up yet. AI Hong Yun raised his hand and pointed to a distant corner in the void. Yun Nuashing looked over and vaguely felt he couldn't feel anything in the void. At this moment, not only was he mentally disabled, he was also crippled. It was all thanks to Shuang Shuang that he could float here without collapsing. It was impossible for him to do anything else. Suppressing them here is already the limit, unless the avatars of the two venerables personally come. Unfortunately, what you see is only a portion of the power left behind by the two venerables, but it's enough to deal with it. After all, you've already weakened it. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. Weakened? Phew. All right, I'll treat it as me weakening it. Still, I have to tell you that it's not just the power they left behind. Those are their fragments, and they would definitely torment my fragments later. AI Hong Yun exclaimed. No, it's nothing, I'm just rambling. Yun Nuashing's face twitched and he waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. How many first-generation heirs are there? AI Hong Yun's expression changed slightly, and his tone became a little subtle. A total of 15. 15 including me. All of them should be considered dead. Yun Nuashing. It was within his expectations, but it was also within his expectations, but it was not the answer he wanted to hear. Moreover, it might not be as simple as just being dead. Just take a look at me, and you'll know. AI Hong Yun shrugged and smiled helplessly. At the time, we were fighting alongside the gods. Phew, let's not waste time. Simply put, some of us should be trapped with the chaos concept body. I can only confirm 8 of us, and 9, including myself, have fallen. As for the remaining 6, they should have perished along with the gods if nothing unexpected happened. Even if not, they would have at least changed their form of existence and remain in this world, perhaps waiting for something. Yun Nuashing blinked. You learned about it from it? I only know part of it, but not much. I know that the gods are dead, and perhaps some unimportant details. Apart from that, there's no way to learn more." The first-generation inheritor nodded. Since he had fused with the chaotic concept body, he would naturally know some things. It could use his power, and he could also learn some things from it. However, he would only know a little. Sighing, he turned to look at the void of origins where the rumbling of energies was still emanating. That battle happened in the 37th era in my domain, an important node that guards a corner of the void. At the time, a chaos concept form was dragging two gods to this place, and when the battle reached its peak, something happened in the center of the void of origins and order. The chaos concept form left at once, along with the two heavenly gods of origins. However, the other two chaos concept form returned not long after they left, probably intending to take down the node I was guarding. Once it was lost, a hole would be torn in the net of origins and order, allowing the chaos concept form to enter every world behind it. Moreover, in a single day, they could erode an entire world group, reducing it to the power of chaos. At that time, nodes would often shatter, with large areas of void and worlds of order falling into the hands of chaos, turning them into domains of chaos. The net of order and chaos was probably a powerful defense against the chaos concept bodies and chaos power, and was probably of a different type from the void front lines they had set up. So, those two chaos concept bodies slipped away to lure the heavenly gods of Primordial away. I believe that they must have turned around on a whim. Their thoughts are harder to guess. AI Hongyan shrugged. This place really couldn't hold out against 8 chaos concept bodies all at once. Yun Nuashing was speechless. What a fellow! 8 chaos concept bodies came to a small border of the upper realm, and 2 of them stayed behind to take down the place. When the node was on the verge of collapse, I used the power left behind by Her Eminence to tear the entire void region that this node guarded from the void. This was to prevent them from using the power of this node to directly affect the dozen or so nodes that were connected to it, banishing it to the edge of the void of order. Then I used all the power of thousands of origin temples to destroy one of the chaos concept bodies, allowing another to successfully possess it. While I was beating myself up, I first used the power of origin to suppress the rampaging chaos energy and chaos soldiers in the void region, sealing myself in the final domain and throwing out the key. Once the external battle was over, they would naturally come looking for me. Yun Nuashing came to a sudden realization. So, the strange soldiers of chaos in this void domain that seem to be hibernating are all because, it's probably because I was suppressed by the chaos concept bodies, and the arrangements I left in the void region have been removed bit by bit. They're about to get up and move around. There were also some things that he could more or less fill in on himself, as well as things that did not need to be verified. Still, to be on the safe side, Yun Nuashing mentioned the bits and pieces he saw in the void region. Like I said, if it could borrow my power, it could naturally use my own hands to destroy everything in the void region. It destroyed everything related to origin in this void region. But fortunately, it did not completely destroy the arrangements I left behind, or you probably wouldn't have found this place. As for the void region, well, I've heard Her Eminence mention a possibility. Although it's a little hard to understand, I'll explain it with my own understanding. In a sealed void region with complete rules, if the void of origin is tainted by both origin energy and chaos energy, and if the void of origin occupies a large enough conceptual component, it could reshape the void region. That's roughly what it means. And what you're seeing now should be the reshaped void region. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. It seemed that AI Hongyan had a hard time defeating a chaos concept body all those years ago, and at least half of the void region had sunk. As for the infighting among the chaos soldiers, half of it should be the underworld, TSK those rats, and the other half should be me. It hasn't completely killed me and seized power from me, and occasionally it can't control it well. Amidst the rumbling of the void, There seemed to be faint energy, still surging. AI Hongyin looked at the void of origin that had yet to close, narrowed his eyes slightly, and waved his hand to gather the light in his hand. The rhythm of light appeared once again. He looked at the old partner that had accompanied him for countless years and sighed deeply. He reached out and stroked the binding light, his face full of emotions. "I'll leave it to you." Yun Nuashing recovered from his daze, and when he turned his head, he saw a light flying around his left hand that was full of cracks. He was stunned for a moment, and when he calmed down, he found that it was a small sword forged from light, and immediately understood something. "You can't use it." "Yeah, I can't use it." AI Hongyin nodded and sighed. "The world of order. I learned from them that the world of order is still in chaos, and it seems to be caused by the underworld. Sigh. I really shouldn't have let them go back then. I should have kept them even at the risk of a third of the realm of order collapsing. The bitter consequences of that time." After sighing, he shook his head and pressed his palm on his forehead, looking at the black pattern on his arm, and sighed again. "Unless the gods come here personally, I can't leave this place. I need to stay here and continue suppressing the chaos concept bodies. Even if the two of them have dissipated, they are not completely gone. I have to continue guarding here until—" Yun Nuashing looked at his expression and subconsciously said, "Until the world of order ushers in a day of true peace. Until someone can help you strip the chaos concept bodies from your body?" AI Hongyin looked at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. "You also think that the heavenly god of origin and the others will return?" "Of course. The chaos concept bodies can do sit-ups in the void, hovering between life and death. It's impossible that the gods can't return." AI Hongyin nodded again. "It's just that if they don't return now, there might be some other arrangements or other considerations." His words made Yun Nuashing inexplicably think of the words she had recorded, as well as the words they had said when they were communicating. Her heart skipped a beat. Perhaps they really don't plan to come back? After all, I heard her mention something similar in the unseen world. AI Hongyin was silent for a long time, and after a few minutes he sighed and waved his hand. "Phew, if you don't mention it, we won't be able to figure out what the gods want to do, nor can we guess. We can only do our own thing. All right." He suddenly laughed and teased. "If the gods can't make it in time, remember to come and save me when you reach this level one day. I don't want to sleep in this god-forsaken place with this blob of ink until the end of time. You're putting a lot of pressure on me." Yun Nuashing's face twitched, and she pressed her cracked hand and nodded. "If there's a day, if you can wait, that's it for now. We might stay here for a while and help you clean up the dregs in your domain." "No, you should leave now." AI Hongyun's tone suddenly became urgent, startling Yun Nuashing. She turned around in surprise, and her vision was filled with white light. She watched as AI Hongyun's origin energy wrapped around him, watched as AI Hongyun waved at her, and heard his last words. "Take care, heirs of the heavenly god of destruction. The void of order is in your hands. All right, the things you're using are quite interesting. Interesting. Lend them to me. Also, I don't have time to say too much. Be careful of the void of order. There's a deep darkness hidden in the void of order. But that was in the past. I don't know what it is now. That was the cause of the great war back then. The sound of flashing lights rang in her ears several times. When the white light faded, Yun Nuashing came back to his senses and turned around. He felt that he had returned to the lower realm, back to the position before he entered the void domain. That guy hasn't finished speaking. Isn't this forcing me to my death? While he was in a daze, a wave of energy appeared in the void. Rays of white light bloomed, and a dozen figures were spat out. The group of people was also stunned when they landed in the void. When they looked around, they were even more confused. We caught sight of Maple's figure at a glance and hurriedly rushed over. "Maple!" When everyone heard the shout, they turned around and walked over. Then they all sucked in a breath of cold air. This appearance full of cracks and scars. He was so anxious that he became agitated. You're cracked. Feng Qinghuang and Siyu hurriedly used their own energy to press down the cracks that were bursting with energy. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said, I think I can still be saved, but my IQ is not very good right now. So don't rush to save me. I have something to tell you first. Hurry up and stay alert. Yun Nuashing hurriedly told everyone everything that he had heard from AI Hongyan. He looked at everyone and said in a low voice, Are you sure you remember everything? Hui and the others nodded hard. Their faces were twisted and ferocious. What the hell is this? There's too much information, Yun Nuashing nodded. Okay, then. See you later. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, Yun Nuashing's figure suddenly disappeared. He turned into a solid ball of light and fell into Feng Qinghuang's hand. Everyone looked at the ball of light and raised their heads. This guy is so injured that he's about to collapse. How can he say that it's not serious? He can still insist on finishing his words. Hui smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it. Don't bother about this idiot. Throw him into the Origin Sanctuary. He'll recover in a few days. Probably. Chapter 1846. Clouds and mist surged, and the sea of clouds seemed to be hidden from sight. The overlapping mountain ranges were the scenery around the continent. As for the sky above, the blue sky was not covered by the thick layers of clouds. Sunlight danced in the sky, sprinkling rainbow-colored light onto the empty sky like transparent ribbons dancing in the wind, but it did not block the view of the blue sky. Yun Nuashing had complained about this place a few times. It was like being locked in a steamer, and there was no lid above the head because it had been lifted. He knew that it would sound better to say that it was the eye of a typhoon, but those floating rays, and ribbons really made him feel very out of place. It was like being locked in a steamer, and when the lid was lifted, the steam would rush out. Under the blue sky, within the white clouds, there was a huge floating island continent. This was a continent that did not have much life. The bright sun and the emerald green forests all over the continent did not make it look lively. There was always a low and mellow murmur that quietly sounded in a certain space. After a while, it would feel bored and disperse, and it would come again in another place, and it would never stop. In a huge manor near the white palace in the center, there was a table and chairs in the open space. In front of the chair was a steep tea. There were a total of 3 cups, but only one person was sitting there quietly. She was leaning against the back of the chair, slightly raising her head to look at the wall of clouds in the distance. Her gaze would occasionally chase after the ribbons that were dancing in the sky. She looked bored and lifeless. Don't you want to go and have a look at other places? A white figure that looked like a young girl slowly walked over and sat down beside her. She took a sip of tea and looked at her quietly. Remodeling can't find the original feeling. It's just repairing the scars of the past. However, the more deliberately you try to hide it, the more obvious the scars and pain that remain in the memory will be. She picked up the teacup and looked at it for a few seconds. Then, she tipped the teacup and poured the water on the ground. The tiny drops of water fell on the ground and quickly turned into a long, light green river that was several meters wide. It extended toward the 2 ends of the manor. After passing through the manor, one end of the river extended toward the mountains, while the other end of the river passed through the forest for a while and split into 3 equally wide rivers that continued to flow forward. The girl looked at her appearance and sighed in her heart. She shook her head and was about to stand up when she suddenly turned her head and asked in surprise, "Why are you free to come here today?" She arranged the teacups, took out a tea set, and placed it on the table. After pouring a cup of tea, she raised her head. A few meters in front of the 2 of them, white clouds rolled and condensed, turning into 2 white figures. The female figure on the left was wrapped in a faint silver light, while the male figure on the right looked somewhat heroic and majestic. Other than that, there seemed to be nothing else. I just came back from a small stroll outside, so I came to tell you about the situation. The heroic and majestic male, heavenly god of origin, scratched his head and smiled. He sat down on a chair and picked up the teacup. What tea? I don't know, she said calmly and took a sip of tea. You'll be fine as long as you don't drink it to death. How long has it been outside? Well, from the information that Xiao AI obtained from them, it was already the 56th era when your little inheritor came into contact with us. The man gulped down a mouthful of tea and let out a long sigh. That's fast. Only a few days have passed here, right? It's impossible to calculate time without the timeline. However, I can sense that some time has passed. In normal circumstances, 211 days have passed since this space was reshaped. A meaningless number, she said calmly. The reshaped space here was free from the control of time, and the concept of time did not exist at all. To them, time was meaningless. Well, that was not entirely true. Compared to the outside world, the first day that this space was born was the day that it was reshaped. In other words, it corresponded to 5 years ago in the outside world. During this period, he had come here once or twice, and seemed to have come into contact with the fragments that they left in their relics. However, he did not confirm the time with them, so he did not know what was going on in the outside world. The last time I came here, it was only a few dozen days ago. 2 or 3 eras have passed in the outside world. The girls sighed softly. Their connection with the outside world could only be triggered by coming into contact with the fragments that they left in the void. Perhaps the little fellow would come in for a stroll, or perhaps an old friend would go out for a stroll and then come back here again. The tea table suddenly fell silent. The girl and the 2 heavenly gods of origin held their teacups and looked at her at the same time. They could not help but mutter in their hearts as they watched her drink cup after cup of tea without any other reaction for a long time. When the 3 of them could not hold it in any longer, she finally put down her teacup and said calmly, "How is he?" That fellow finally asked. The 3 of them laughed bitterly in their hearts. The man cleared his throat and said he's fine for now. However, he has been targeted by the chaos. Well, the first 2 times he was targeted, but this time he could be considered to have been forcefully attacked. However, the little fellow resisted for a while, and Xiao AI took the opportunity to destroy him. In the future, the 2 of them will continue to sleep in that damned place for quite a long time. Oh! When we were called over, the little fellow was already on the verge of collapsing. That tragic appearance was truly frightening. Damn it. I couldn't bear to look at it. Even I couldn't bear to look at it. Unfortunately, we don't have enough fragments, so we can't heal him or anything. The girl tilted her head to look at him and frowned as she said in a strange tone, "Aren't you the dream god?" His injuries were all inflicted on himself. Or perhaps they were caused by him being unable to control our overly powerful powers. It shouldn't be too difficult to heal him with a mere dream, right? The man suddenly fell silent. Just like her, he picked up his teacup and drank again and again. He repeated this several times, and when she felt that it was a little strange, he slowly put down his teacup and scratched his head. Dreams don't work on that little fellow. Unless we use an even greater power to forcefully execute them, we won't be able to affect him. But we don't have enough fragments. I just said that. Dreams don't work. The girl rested her chin on her hand. Are you trying to say that he's a person who doesn't dream? He doesn't even have the deep subconscious thought that can be classified as a dream? That's not necessarily the case. It's just that little fellow. The man shook his head with a bitter smile. His dreams are very frightening. All of the beautiful dreams in this world are just tragic situations that he uses to stimulate himself to return to reality. The better the dreams are, the more fragmented his reality is. He can't piece them back together at all. It's a completely shattered dream that can't be realized or touched. Beautiful dreams are cruel things to him. That's why the small amount of power I have is useless. That little fellow won't feel comfortable in his dreams. It'll only— The man crushed the ball of energy in his hand, and the ball of energy exploded, telling them the result. It'll make him even more rotten. The tea table fell silent again. A few minutes later, she put down her teacup and spoke again. What else? What else happened? This time, the female heavenly origin god raised her head and spoke. Your weapon is in his hands. Her hand that was holding the teacup trembled slightly. The obvious degree of trembling made the three of them slightly surprised. While they were surprised, they hurriedly recorded it in their hearts. Number of surprises increased by 1. This was something that wouldn't happen in dozens of epics. No, even in 100 or 200 epics. Someone was actually surprised. She had always been indifferent, even when her family's little inheritor was ravaged here and there. She didn't have much of an emotional reaction. They didn't expect her to be slightly affected when she heard this. Su Ming, she murmured softly. Then she lowered her head and fell silent again. Their souls are silent, and so is the rhythm of light. The other weapons that were left for the first generation are all silent. Some of them might have been destroyed by the power of chaos, the woman said softly. That's not surprising. Of the first batch of children, 2 went crazy. 2 had their souls severed in the great Yuan realm. 1 went missing, and 1 lost his soul and turned into a mortal to enter the cycle of reincarnation. The other 9 are all suppressing the conceptual bodies of chaos in the void. The man sighed and scratched his head. It's a pity. I thought quite highly of those children. Oh, I remember that one of them is your family's inheritor, right? The woman suddenly turned her head. Where is she? Oh, the one who went missing. In the 38th epoch, when she came with me to provide emergency support to a node in the upper plane, she was sucked into the gap caused by the collapse of the primordial realm. She disappeared without a trace, and we couldn't find her even after an epoch. At this moment, she suddenly stood up. The 3 of them turned to look at her curiously. They were curious to see what she was going to do. When they saw her sit down again, she said indifferently, Is there a way to cut off his connection with Su Ming? The woman shook her head slightly. Unfortunately, it has already completely merged with his soul. I tried once at that moment. Ah. The woman was slightly stunned. How could the Su Ming sword— Indeed, but I don't know the details, the woman said solemnly. The woman said in a solemn tone, The godly power of arms told me that his connection with the Su Ming is already firm and unshakable. Moreover, it will never be shaken. The Su Ming is even using his godly soul and godly power to slowly repair itself. The other minor inheritors don't have such a firm and domineering connection with their weapons. This can be seen from the fact that Xiao AI was able to give him the rhythm of light. Oh, if you don't want to, there is a way to forcefully destroy it. The Su Ming might be damaged once because of this, but it's not that— I don't want to. Her voice sounded a little dazed. The 3 of them shrunk their heads when they heard this. They looked at each other and made a mental note at the same time. A new record. She was stupid. So, we don't need to pay attention to it. The woman confirmed again. After all, the Su Ming's origin was created with 1/3 of your soul. It's normal that you don't want others to touch it, even if it's your family's minor inheritor. But no, that's not the problem. She shook her head and sighed softly. The Su Ming itself has the ability to destroy all things. To the wielder of the sword, it is a kind of whipping and destruction. It will only lead to destruction, just like my divine right. Ah, they immediately understood. That little guy was already very unlucky. Not only would he step on landmines wherever he went, but his karmic connection with her had been activated. The heavenly destruction god's divine right and divinity had started to come alive bit by bit. Without her guidance, this process would take a very, very long time. It would take much longer than the first generation's minor inheritors to receive the inheritance. Originally, the inheritance was his biggest test. Now, there was a special situation, and it had suddenly become a super strengthened version. Now the Su Ming was added to it. Hiss, it seemed like it wasn't just that. In addition to her divine right and divinity, the power of them and the other old friends were also in his soul. Would that little guy be able to handle it? Oh, but maybe it won't affect him. She suddenly relaxed her tense body. An unprecedented level of firmness? That sounds like good news. Maybe there will be a different situation. It's hard to say. We haven't seen anything like it before. The man took a few sips of tea and let out a long sigh as he gazed at the blue sky. Suddenly, he jumped to his feet. Right, I think I just confirmed a piece of good news. The three of them raised their heads to look at this handsome and majestic man, using their eyes to ask him. He chuckled sinisterly as he suddenly started to keep them in suspense. When the young woman saw this, she immediately stood up and picked up a chair. The woman raised her hands and surrounded him with dozens of weapons. Hey, stop. If you want a divine right, I'll just say it. The dream god laughed bitterly as he raised his hands in surrender. After the two of them sat down, he coughed dryly and lowered his voice as he said mysteriously, "There's still someone alive." The air seemed to freeze, and the fluttering ribbons in the sky froze in place. Even the sun in the blue sky dimmed slightly, as if it had been frightened by the atmosphere. The woman was the first to react. "How did you know?" Both of our fragments were activated at the same time. "How did you know something that even I didn't know?" "Oh, about that. Consider it an accident." He spread his hands and said, "Didn't Xiao AI and the Chaos Concept entity fight? When Xiao AI used our power, I used his consciousness to meet the Chaos Concept entity that had yet to disperse. I saw some of the things that it saw before. Not much. Probably something that happened recently. That child created a void frontline in the Order Void to fight against the underworld. You know about it, right?" The young woman rolled her eyes. "Please hurry up and get to the core content." The core content is something that happened 5 years ago. Those bastards from the underworld used their power to distort the horn of order that we gave them. They used the horn of order to strengthen the power of chaos. The horn of chaos that was tainted with the power of chaos should have traveled through all layers of the void, bypassing all blockades and affecting the Order Void. However, it was stopped. As for who stopped it, it obviously couldn't see it, as it was barely observing the Order Void from a distance. However, judging from the current situation of the Order Void, those who could directly affect the Void frontline without showing themselves a ham. The woman and the young woman nodded in realization, their white silhouettes flickering slightly as if delighted. If that's the case, that's great news. If they're still alive, then they're definitely alive. Her voice silenced the trio who were just excited. It was a voice of judgment, a result and an answer. Amidst the strange atmosphere, the man awkwardly sat back on his chair and scratched his head. Well, if I think about it carefully, it seems that that's what she said. He was still thinking that if they were still alive, he would have the little one look for them. That way, the crisis of the Order Realm would be easily resolved. However, even if his thoughts were beautiful, the reality was very painful. The young woman turned the teacup in her hand and sighed. Then, both sides are keeping each other in check, wary of each other, neither of them showing themselves. Not exactly. She shook her head. Before the final moment arrived, I had used the binding of origins to destroy their laws, divine authority, and divinity's adaptability to the laws of the greater primordial realm. The laws of the greater primordial realm would not allow them to show themselves. It was a seal and a restriction. That was the situation at that time. Even if time had flown for dozens of eras, they would not have the ability to tear apart my seal so quickly. However, they would not be content with being alone. Even if they were trapped in their own prison, they would still come out and do some tricks. Is that so? Seems like I can string the situation together. The young woman patted her arm and said helplessly, Speak clearly. Don't be the only one having an epiphany. I'm talking about the underworld. The three of them were stunned for a moment. After thinking for a few seconds, they leaned back in realization. The young woman could not help but ask, so they were the ones who instigated the underworld to attack the Order realm. Then what is their goal? The first is to finish what they did not do back then. The second, she paused and looked into the distance. Although she was blocked by the sea of clouds, she did not need to cross the sea of clouds to see what she wanted to see. The realm of the gods. The man rubbed his cheeks and pressed his head as if he was having a headache. All right. The realm of the gods again. Back then, we were just making a small island for retirement. We wanted to raise a little one to enjoy the scenery. Why are there so many things that we want? TSK, fine. It's because we were the ones who created it. But what are they thinking about in the realm of the gods? There were only a few things in the void that were worth their attention. In fact, there was no need to ask to know that they were going for the realm of the gods. After all, that was what happened back then. I don't know for now. After all, there are too many things in the realm of the gods. She shook her head. However, whether it is them or the underworld, it would not be easy for them to break free from their exile and set foot in the realm of the gods again. Perhaps they are confident in something. Troublesome. The three of them could not help but smile bitterly. Troublesome. It was indeed troublesome. Troublesome from the beginning to the end. Sigh. However, no matter how troublesome it was all because they were a bunch of irresponsible and unreliable people who fell on the battlefield too early. They were gone more than 10 eras ago. In the end, they did not accomplish anything. Then, why are they not coming out? The woman spread her hands. If the other group is sealed and restrained by you, why are they not coming out, assisting in suppressing them? In the time that we are gone, they could have broken the seal by themselves. It would just take a little more time. Since they are still unable to move, it is possible that they are controlling each other. They are delaying each other's movements and suppressing each other's movements. It is as if they never appeared in the void. And if they are allowed to go to the realm of the gods and obtain something, their seal would probably be broken. Hearing that, the man understood the relationship between them and slapped his forehead in realization. Those bastards can't come out and do whatever they want, but they can find some time to go to the underworld and nag at the Lord of the Underworld until he goes crazy. After that, they can attack the world of order on behalf of them, all the way to the realm of the gods. After that, they can release the bastard who instigated them. The world of order is done for. F***CK. In the end, it is still the end of the world. He stood up and threw the cup away. He couldn't help but curse. It's over again. They forcefully extended their lives for more than 360 eras. After that, they let the life forms of order extend their lives for more than 10 eras. Could it be that they are still going to die in the end? Why aren't they dead in the end? It is obvious that the power of the concept body of chaos is protecting them. She also sighed. She could not even drink her tea anymore. Holding her chin with her hand, she said faintly, "We can only see if he can turn the tide." The outcome of the war in this world will depend on the power of order led by that child and the power of chaos led by the underworld. The outcome of both sides will determine the future of the void of order. If he wins, the void of order will continue. If the underworld wins, the chaos will reign. They may be released prematurely. If they are released, the concept bodies of chaos will also break free from their eternal seals one by one. The hard work of 300 to 400 eras will all be for naught. The game is over, and we will have to start all over again. She paused for a moment. Of course, starting all over again will take a very long time. So long that we don't even know when we will be able to start all over again. Perhaps it will take a few hundred eras or a few thousand eras. Perhaps we will not have the chance to do so. I don't think that ending will be fun. The man's expression quickly flickered. He slammed the table and stood up. That won't do. I have to think of a way to make your little inheritor be more vigilant. The girl replied, "Don't worry. You won't have the chance." Uft. When the dream god heard this, he placed his hands on his hips and shook his head nonchalantly. "You seem to have forgotten about our divine authority. Even though normal dreams won't work on that brat, something special should work, right?" The three of them watched as the dream god ran out and returned in less than 5 minutes. His entire body was dimmed by half, and he looked rather listless. He walked to the side of the table and looked at the three of them. He sighed deeply. "Ah, it's useless. What did I say?" The young woman shrugged. "Let's just leave the realm of order to them." She put down her teacup and raised her head to let out a long sigh. "We are just wandering souls in this world. Using all kinds of methods to influence the reality of our existence is a ridiculous and comical joke. We have already done our best for 300 eras. Although that was not the best result and was not perfect, since we are unable to influence everything for now, let's just let this world continue on slowly and let the situation in the Yuan realm take off for a while. If there is another chance for us to appear in the distant future, let's wait until then." Chapter 1847. In the dim dream, he seemed to have heard someone's whisper. The fragmented language seemed to be telling something about the distant past. He knew that it would happen after touching their fragments. Although he had not heard it for 2 or 3 eras, he was not unfamiliar with it. It was just that this time he could not make out what they were saying. Perhaps his consciousness had been too deeply asleep. It was already fortunate that he could still move his consciousness and not completely collapse after turning himself into such a ghastly state. Or did he think too highly of himself? On the other hand, the way he dealt with special events along the way was rather thrilling each time. What he did each time was very similar. He destroyed himself again and again, twisting his body and turning the rules into meaningless symbols. Only by doing so could he have a way to resolve the special events that he had to resolve in a short time. Even the ending was almost always the end without exception. He should leave after finishing his one-man show. It was very appropriate and did not delay for even a second. However, no matter how special he was, no matter how he forced himself to walk down the special path, he could not shatter the framework that trapped him. It was dragging him down by force, and he could not break free. The further he walked, the heavier the shackles on his body would become. They were as heavy as mountains, so heavy that they could compress the void. When he finally reached the true end one day and could no longer find any way to move forward, perhaps the accumulated weight would crush him to death. In fact, special did not necessarily mean good. Special meant that many things and situations he encountered were special. There was no one around him like him, and he could not learn from the path that others took, nor could he comprehend the ordinary of others. His path was pitch black from the start. It was a single plank bridge over a bottomless abyss. It was full of cracks and could not be affected by too much external force. To put it in a distorted way, special meant loneliness. He could not get support from others. Even if he crashed into a dead end, there would be no one to pull him up. He could only rely on himself to build a path in the darkness and keep walking. There was no one in front of him and no one behind him. That was all. It didn't matter. He would wait until he reached the end of this distorted frame. He would think about it then. Since his consciousness had already awakened, there was no need for him to laze around in bed anymore. He had to hurry up and get up. There were still many things that he needed to take care of, and who knew how many days had passed. Hopefully, we wouldn't yell at him to drag him out the moment he opened his eyes. This fellow had suddenly dragged him out twice, and both times it had ended with the appearance of the primal chaos concept body and his eternal sleep. Was this fellow a prophet? After muttering to himself for a while, he opened his eyes. His vision swayed for 2 seconds before coming into focus. In front of him was the familiar room of the Origin Temple. This place had become his personal room. Ever since the Origin Temple had been moved here, he had been the only one to lie in it. "You're awake," The voice of the little angel quietly sounded in Yun Nuashing's soul. It had the healing effect of waking people up after returning from a daze. Yun Nuashing immediately became much more awake. How many days have I been lying in bed? Not that long, just 1,000 years. Yun Nuashing. Well, actually, I've been lying in bed for 121 days, according to the time in the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. He thought that 1,000 years had really passed in the blink of an eye. He thought that even if he had almost broken himself into pieces, he wouldn't have been lying in bed for 1,000 years. During this period, Jing Yun and Sui Feng came to see you and gave you an emergency tidy-up. Otherwise, I heard that you would have been lying in bed for 10,000 years. The little angel heard his muttering and immediately replied, That's serious? Yun Nuashing rubbed his forehead in distress and couldn't help but sigh. It's not that I can't understand. Phew! After all, when all the origin energy went berserk, the power released was enough to fight the primal chaos concept body head-on. It's normal that this body couldn't take it. Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered something and jumped out of bed. He pressed his hands against his body and groped around. Those things of mine, there's no problem. There's no consumption. The little angel softly comforted him. You should be glad that you didn't instinctively use them on impulse. Yun Nuashing pulled his hair and played dumb. After preparing for so long, if he accidentally used those things to deal with the primal chaos concept body, TSK, that would really be a loss. He would rather die and return to the spiritual temple for a while than use those things at that time. Well, I won't go out now that you're awake. The little angel suddenly yawned. He saw her flapping her wings in the spiritual world and curling up on the bed with a tired look. I'm tired from the void frontline and the observer space, so I came to rest. I didn't expect you to suddenly wake up. Yun Nuashing. This girl is treating me like a hotel. Phew! Just as he was about to protest, a slight snoring sound came from his soul and dispelled all his thoughts. Looking at her side face that had fallen asleep in a second, he shook his head with a bitter smile and sighed as he slipped out of the spiritual temple. The battle at the void frontline did not change much. The time spent wandering and sleeping added up to less than half a year. Naturally, there would not be any special changes. The sky was filled with fireworks. It was gorgeous and beautiful, but it didn't make people feel excited. At first glance, this scene was quite festive and lively. However, every time he thought about how the fireworks had been exploding here for 5 eras, all he could feel was that he didn't have any feelings. Boring. Arriving at the front line, he looked around and did not see Jing Yuanji, Hui, Jingyan, Sui Feng, I Ching, and the others. Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. He thought about it and found the deputy commander of the node in the realm of order, Lord Feng. When he just landed, the deputy commander of the node was very excited to see him. His shout made everyone in the realm of order look over. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Where are Yuanji, Hui, and the others? If you are looking for Lord Hui and the others, they are currently in the observer space. They have not come out for a long time. The defense of the node has already been arranged by Jing Zun God. Currently, there are no gaps in the defense. The deputy commander of the node lowered his head and thought, Right, I heard Lord Hui and the others say that they are researching something related to the origin, heavenly God. It seems that everyone related to it was called over. If you are curious, you can go there and take a look. Yun Nuashing nodded and bade farewell to the deputy commander. He walked to the observer's spatial door in the node city in a few steps. He took a few glances and walked into the door. As the spatial teleportation flashed with a short white light, the scene changed. A rich origin energy descended from the sky with a bright light. He could not help but squint his eyes. In front of him, the sea of energy was still the sea of energy. There were not many changes, but a green sun appeared in the sky. the origin energy accompanied by the wind aura came from it. Phone. As soon as he walked in, before he could react to what they were doing in his observer space, a hoarse roar came from afar. As soon as he lowered his head, he saw Hui flying over with a group of people like a dog. Seeing that he was flying closer and closer without any intention of slowing down, he thought again and kicked him back to where he came from. Seeing Hui fly out, Yun Nuashing didn't even have the time to heave a sigh of relief when he saw Siyu using all her strength to crash into his embrace. She used her pretty face to rub against his chest. Little Xingxing, you're finally awake. Yun Nuashing grinned and pressed Siyu's head twice. While she calmed down, he quickly reached out to Feng Qinghuang for help. When Feng Qinghuang pulled Siyu away, he heaved a sigh of relief. He pointed at the sun and said to Jingyun and the others who were rushing over, "Where did you get this sun from?" And it is the origin energy type. Where did you find the ruins left behind by the origin heavenly god? Not at all. The one who spoke was Sui Feng. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "This is one of the things you brought back when you brought us out last time. Have you forgotten?" Yun Nuashing used his brain to think for a few seconds. One of the large group of stone lumps? Everyone nodded and looked at the thing in the sky. They all smiled bitterly. They did not expect it to be something like this. According to Sui Feng's teacher, this was a gift left behind by the gods. When they saw this thing jump out from the unsealed rock, they all fell silent. No one in this world would give a sun as a gift. Huh. Yun Nuashing pressed Siyu's head and stared at the green sun for a while. So, why are you all suddenly messing around with the relics? Everyone's face froze, and they looked at each other. Most of them laughed dryly and ran into the observer space without saying a word. From the sound of it, they seemed to be dealing with something. The rest of the people were familiar with each other, but Sui Feng, Brother Lei, Jingyun, I Ching, and the others scratched their heads and looked at the sky without saying a word. Yuan Ji would not take the initiative to speak in this situation, so he could only look at Sui Feng and the others. Meeting his gaze, Sui Qing blinked and said, "They heard about your battle with the chaos concept body." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and said they were anxious and worried that something had happened, so they rushed into the warehouse to find something useful. Jingyan and I Ching bared their teeth and turned to run. Seeing them like this, Yun Nuashing could guess most of what was going on. He could not help but shake his head. These people were really in trouble, or they had heard that something had happened to them. When the situation was serious, they would be in a hurry. It was not that they were not usually this nervous, but it was definitely not to the extent that they were in a hurry to deal with the origin relics. If that was the case, then being beaten up by the chaotic concept body was actually quite a good motivational factor. Sui Feng spread her hands and looked at him with her blue eyes for a while. "Are you okay?" "She's probably fine. My heart hurts a little when I say this." He pressed his chest with an unnatural expression. He had not forgotten that his heart was dug out by the two heavenly gods of origin. That was really more painful than fighting the chaos concept entity. "What's the situation?" Brother Lei grabbed Sui Feng's shoulder and walked over. "We only heard about it from Hui Jun and what you told him later. We don't know what happened in between." "What happened in between?" "To put it simply, I was beaten up. Then a certain first-generation heir took advantage of the moment when we were fighting to stab the chaos concept body in the back, and that was it." Yun Nuashing patiently explained the situation in detail. When he was done, he coughed dryly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, one of the heavenly gods of origin is the dream god. I'm not sure if I heard wrong. As for the other one, although I'm not sure it should be related to weapons." "Ah, the dream god." Sui Feng nodded and walked around Yun Nuashing. He looked at Yun Nuashing from head to toe and said, "Do you want to check your own condition? I heard that the dream god likes to leave something interesting in other people's dreams or thoughts. It seems that the remaining power of the fragments is not enough, so it can't leave anything for me." Yun Nuashing spread his hands. The words he heard in the other world were not clear, but this part of the words he understood completely. It could not be said that nothing was left, right? The fragments of the two heavenly gods of origin were fused with his own origin energy, so they were more intelligent. In short, the two heavenly gods of origin had a bit of intelligence added to them, so they should be able to cause more trouble. The first generation heirs are all dead. Sui Feng and the other second generation heirs could not help sighing at the news brought by Yun Nuashing. Their faces filled with melancholy. Brother Lei was also troubled with his hands on his hips. Brother Ai is dead too. What a headache. We were thinking if we could find them if we had the chance. Phew, looks like we have to give up on that idea. Chaos concept bodies. Sui Feng murmured, shaking his head. They are still the greatest threat to the world of order, and we haven't faced them that many times. Ever since I left the soul subduing ring, I've been staring at the void, looking for traces of them. Now, it seems that they should have been imprisoned along with the other gods. So many of them have been locked up. Sui Feng scratched his head. Sister, you've been using your eyes too much recently. You don't have good eyesight. Ouch. Ouch. Ignoring the interaction between the siblings, Yun Nuashing shrugged. Chaos concept bodies. I think we don't have to focus on them. Unless we're really unlucky, we could find them just by circling the void. The 47th era Yuan Hui had only seen a power that was suspected to be a chaos concept body falling beside the divine realm. However, the chaos concept body did not appear at that time, and only left a blob of very lazy energy that tore apart the divine realm's unfortunate neighbors before vanishing into the void. At present, some of its fragments had fallen in the 3 elemental realms, but it had been cleaned up, probably gone. Phone, let's stop chatting and take a look at this thing. Hui shouted loudly in the sky. Yun Nuashing and the others all raised their heads and looked over. They seemed to be tossing around the largest stone ball. They could also see the same green energy, light, spreading on its surface. It might be something left behind by the wind god. Oh, I forgot about that. Sui Feng slapped his forehead and beckoned to Yun Nuashing. Brother Feng, come help us. Sorry, you just woke up. I should have let you rest for a while. I'm used to it. Whatever, let's go take a look. Yun Nuashing shook her head and pulled the 2 girls up to the sky. The huge solid ball with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles hung in the sky of the observer space. Standing on the surface of the lump and looking at the sea of energy, it was as though the sea was hanging upside down in the sky and not falling down. Looking at the sea waves rolling up, huge waves, was extremely exciting. The white-clothed girl had said that the stone sphere was a half-finished product and had 0 energy. So he threw it somewhere else and did not deal with it. Now that he saw the results, he was a little interested. At this moment, 1/3 of the gray sphere surface had a visible green crack. That was the source energy surging on the ground. At this moment, there were other changes on the ground. The huge sphere was trembling on an unprecedented scale, and when the 1,000,000-mile-wide sphere trembled, even the space showed signs of instability. At the 2 points of the sphere's north and south poles, there were 2 tiny green streams of light gushing out, and it looked like it had grown 2 ears. Hui and the girl in white were standing in the center of the cyan big crack. Only in the center could they see that the cyan energy traces on the ground had really turned into cracks, splitting open little by little. Stretching their necks to look inside, they could see that there were countless overactive energy particles scurrying around like convulsions, but only a small part of them would scurry out of the crack, drawing a light trace of thousands of meters in the space, and then disappear. You're here! The white-clothed girl looked up at Yun Nuashing with her gray eyes and sized her up for a moment. Are you all right? I won't die, I'm fine. Tell me, what are you going to do this time? Yun Nuashing waved his hand and nodded. He looked at the cracked ground under his feet. His vision filtered out the strong green light, and he seemed to be able to see the situation inside. Inside the solid ball, the green energy was melting the thick rock bit by bit. Therefore, it emitted an extremely dazzling light and an extremely large amount of energy. The white-clothed girl pointed at her feet and said, "Tear it open. Use the source energy." Yun Nuashing pondered for a moment and felt that they should use the same type of source energy. Among the second-generation inheritors, there seemed to be no inheritors of the wind god. There were only 130 of the 149 second-generation inheritors left, and she did not know about the other 18. Well, forget it, let's not ask. Just by standing there and channeling the power of origin, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to crack rapidly. Cracks spread to the horizon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The green light that rose from the ground became even more intense. Soon, the cracks became huge canyons, and after a few seconds of expansion, they became huge abysses. The entire medicine ball rapidly dissolved and cracked before everyone's eyes, turning into a ferocious appearance. Hui looked at the scene and felt a little awkward. He could not help but pat Feng on the shoulder and said, "Take it easy." Just when everyone thought that he wanted Yun Nuashing, who had just recovered, to not use so much strength, Hui continued, "Don't break the thing. If it breaks, you'll have to think of a way to put it back together by yourself." Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes fiercely. This guy really did not know how to say anything normal. The entire sphere took a long time to collapse, melt, and crack open. Halfway through, the ground they were standing on had completely melted, leaving only an extremely strong green light bursting out from the inside of the sphere. The sky in the observer space was dyed green, and those who were fiddling with the other primordial relics sneaked over to join in the fun, guessing what was hidden under the thick layer of source energy. It was something left behind by the primordial god himself for them to use in the future. Other than being concerned about whether or not it was useful, it was also something that made them feel a little nostalgic. After all, they came from the same era as it, and it was an era that had passed and could not be returned to. They would sigh every once in a while as they tidied up the primordial relics. There seems to be something inside. Siyu pulled Yin Nuashing's arm and pointed inside. Everyone quickly turned their eyes. Inside the dissolving green light, something that was not dissolved by the light gradually appeared. It seemed to be a big lump. "What is this lump?" Siyu asked quickly. Everyone around them scratched their ears and cheeks, pressing their faces and forehead. Their mouths and faces were twisted, and their souls were in pain. They all looked terrible. Huey's cheeks were also twitching. "Ah, this damn shape, your stomach is not very good, right?" At that time, Yun Nuashing wanted to kick him into the primal chaos void. Hiss. All right, it was a lump of something. Of course, from the general shape that he could see, it was a lump of mucus. It looked like a lump of mucus and its entire body. He couldn't tell what color it was. The surrounding cyan light was too strong, and it was slowly emerging under the strong cyan light. Currently, it was not completely exposed. After 2 minutes, when it was completely revealed, everyone turned their eyes with an extremely ferocious expression and examined the lump that emerged from the green light. After looking at it for 2 seconds, they took a deep breath and let themselves accept that this lump was left behind by the supreme gods. The green light faded away, and the entire solid ball dissolved completely, leaving behind a lump of, it looked like, if it was rolled into a perfectly round shape, it would have a diameter of about 10,000 miles. Mucus. Ah, this thing looked damn disgusting. Yun Nuashing walked forward. Siyu, who had been pestering him just now, shuddered and quickly fled to the side. The group looked at him as if they were watching a warrior go to war. When they saw him put his hand into the mucus, they all took a deep breath in their hearts. Everyone was speechless. Listen, even the sound could be heard. This thing was really mucus. Heavenly god of origin. What strange thing did Supreme God Feng leave behind for them? Chapter 1848. In the sky above the observer space, the surging ocean of energy reflected colorful auroras in the high sky. The infinite energy connected into an energy curtain that stretched for millions of miles. The scene reflected was rather hazy and dreamy. In a place where the auroras and the light curtain were relatively sparse, a cluster of dark green, ancient, and extra-large mucus was wriggling one pupa after another. When the people around it saw the extremely sticky and disgusting color rolling up a wave of waves, they would all grimace and grimace in pain. Their faces were wrinkled and deformed. Originally, the thing that everyone was looking forward to was an unknown mucus, which was already enough to make people's souls distort. Now they saw Yun Nuashing standing in front of that dark green mucus, with one hand digging into it and stirring it nonstop, which made them even more hiss. Not to mention, this kind of poochie, poochie smacking sound was still echoing in their ears. Wow, that was really, Jingyun shuddered and could not help but whisper in Huey's ear, "Isn't this guy a neat freak?" Huey's face twitched a few times. His face was gloomy. I can only say that Feng has completely let go of himself now. He doesn't care about anything. I reckon that if we carried an 8-legged thing back and threw it in front of him, he would be interested in observing it for a while. Sometimes breaking through one's psychological bottom line was just a matter of clenching one's teeth. Wearing a new set of clothes and shoes to roll around in the mud might be very disgusting. But if you were already rolling around in the mud, then you wouldn't care about what you were wearing, right? But it was hard to tell from Maple's expression whether he was going all out to suppress his disgust or he really didn't feel anything. More than 100 people gathered here to watch a person play with the mud. The atmosphere was awkward and weird. Suifeng and Brother lay watched for a while and then asked the others to do something else, leaving only a few people here to continue watching. Hui watched Feng play with the mud for more than 10 minutes. Finally, he could not help but walk up to him. Looking at his overly calm and delicate face, Hui could not help but say, "Feng, if you feel disgusted, just squeak." Yun Nuashing tilted her head. "Disgusted? It's all right. Although it looks like a ball of mucus on the outside, its essence is still a creation of energy. You'll be fine as long as you don't think too much about it. This thing doesn't have any smell." Be that as it may. Everyone laughed bitterly. But looking at this big dark green thing, looking at it with a mole and a pupa, it was still a little, ahem, about that. He coughed dryly and squinted his eyes. Although it's not very good to ask you when you're playing to your heart's content, but what are you doing? Play. Yun Nuashing glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, as if she was looking at maggots and weeds. After a long while of disdain, she replied, "Fiddle with this thing and see what's hidden inside." This respectable ghost made layer after layer of shells. God knows what he's trying to hide. Oh, Hui forcibly suppressed a bunch of strange thoughts in his mind. He reached out and poked the dark green mucus. It was cold between his fingers and was more firm than the mucus. It was like, slightly dry mud. It really felt like this kind of touch. It was a little strange. When he said that Maple was playing, he was just using his usual teasing tone. He knew that this guy was using the origin energy to fiddle with this inexplicable thing. He also tried to touch it with his hand, but there was no reaction. Perhaps it was because Yun Nuashing took the lead and Hui was the first to respond. Seeing the two of them fiddling with something, everyone was very curious. After looking at each other for a while, they could not hold back their curiosity. After reluctantly accepting the appearance of the mud, they all came forward. A group of people looked at a green mud with a diameter of thousands of miles at close range. This scene was a little funny, no matter how they looked at it. The girl in white stepped forward and poked the mud twice. After observing for a while, she said in a completely unchanged tone, "The energy activity is very low. It has the origin energy, but no divinity or divine power. I don't know what it is." All the heirs nodded. One of the reasons why they said that they did not know what those relics were was because they did not have the determination to fiddle with them. Seeing the relics reminded them of the person they were looking at. After a while, 5 eras had passed. Now, when they saw the thing in front of them, they really did not know what it was. Back then, during the mythological era, when order and chaos were at war, the entire Yuan realm was in turmoil. The heavenly gods of origin, who had foreseen some things in advance, left behind 771 escape routes for the future of the world of order. The heavenly god of destruction once said that all the routes led to death and wanted to change them. To this day, they still did not know if the things they came into contact with that were related to origin were the original or had appeared in front of them after she had made some changes. It was hard to say. Even if the gods of origin were prepared for danger in times of peace and prepared for a rainy day, it was still difficult for them to do everything perfectly at that time. In the end, they just did whatever they thought of, unlike in the past, where they would take great pains to calculate everything before executing it properly. We felt that the so-called 771 backup plans should be the backup plans that they had proposed at the very beginning and had been constantly deducing and modifying. Everything that was truly left behind should include the things that they had prepared after the war began that did not seem so appropriate. Some of them might have been left behind casually. In any case, it was definitely more than 771. But in any case, the thing in front of them was indeed too strange. When it was shown, it first shocked them with its shocking appearance for 10 minutes. When they looked at it again at a close distance, they could not figure out anything about it for a long time. Apart from the origin energy that told them that it was left behind by them, other details, well, there were no details. If they pressed down the origin energy and threw it in front of Sui Feng and the others, they would never recognize that it was a creation related to the origin. The group of people worked here for a while. Yun Nuashing also asked them to disperse to deal with the other origin relics. He stayed behind to deal with this thing alone. Although he said so, Hui and the 3 girls would definitely stay here. Firstly, they were ready to help at any time. Secondly, they were watching him to prevent him from acting up again. He guessed the latter part. Anyway, the 4 people's eyes directly told him that with them watching, he could not casually make any big news. Generally speaking, he really did not have such thoughts. In the past, he would explode at the slightest provocation and get into trouble at the slightest provocation. That was out of his control. This thing looks like a ball of mud on the surface, but the inside... He dug his hand into the dark green mucus and stirred it twice before retracting his hand. There was nothing on it. The inside is weird, like a stone lump with energy residue, but no reaction. They had been fiddling with the dark green thing for 3 hours, but there was no reaction from it at all. In theory, since it had residual energy, it couldn't be broken. The girl in white also said that although there was an energy reaction, the activity was very low. This shouldn't be a problem for Maple, but he had been fiddling with it for a long time, and the thing in front of him didn't show any reaction at all. The color and patterns on its surface had become like an abstract painting, and the painting style was so unrestrained that it looked like it was letting go of its own free will. When the 4th hour came, we finally could not take it anymore. He stood up, took out the Guardian's great sword and shield, and pointed it forward. "Phone, can I poke it? Here it comes. You finally can't sit still." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him fiercely and continued to dig into the quagmire as he flipped. "I was still wondering when you would be unable to sit still and stand up. Hui. This. If you have time, try other ways to stimulate it. Don't bother. Why? I poked it an hour ago. Do you see how it reacts now? Hui. Good Lord, this guy is even more restless than me. It's bad enough that he poked it an hour ago, but now he's poking it sneakily." Hui scratched himself with the Guardian's sword and sighed. It's very annoying. This thing can't be done for hundreds of years, right?" Yun Nuashing was startled and stopped. According to his past experience with things related to origin, it was hard to say if it would take that long. From the beginning, He had tried all kinds of methods to activate the energy and used the same origin energy to stimulate it. He also kept releasing the origin rules and the power of order. Without exception, all the energy sank into the sea. There was not even a sound. It felt like, well, it did not intend to respond to his request. It ignored him. Big brother, can you give me some face? Look at this, 147 origin energy. Which one do you like? You can tell me if it works or not. Yun Nuashing was so tired that her face started to turn green. She could not help but sigh. I want to pinch this guy into a biscuit. This is a way. Do you want to pinch it? Hui suddenly clapped his hands. He was very excited that he had found an idea. Yun Nuashing looked at him and rolled her eyes. If it hadn't been for the fact that it didn't work half an hour ago, everyone. Good heavens, this guy had already tried sneakily, but there was no reaction. The group huddled there and discussed the impenetrable thing in front of them. They came up with tens of thousands of methods, including but not limited to packaging it as a gift and sending it to the chaos concept entity. If it was not for the fact that they could not find the place to receive it, they would have already been on their way. Well, it was just a joke. At present, there were still many ways to touch it, but Yun Nuashing was gradually losing patience. Messing with things left behind by others was actually not as satisfying as messing with his own things. He still had the important matter of the origin rules to deal with. After a long discussion, they still could not come up with a solution. Suddenly, the space beside them warped gently. A portal opened, and a cold figure walked out of it. As they watched, the figure yawned and rubbed her eyes. She bent over and groped in front of her for a while, and then made a face-to-face posture. Thud! In the next second, Frost's forehead hit Yun Nuashing's chest, causing everyone to sweat profusely. This subconscious action, this muddle-headed action, no matter how they looked at it, looked like she was tired from fighting at the front line, and then went back to the rear to lie down and rest. Yun Nuashing naturally thought of this as well. For a moment, her expression was very strange. So she was teleported back by feeling his scent? She subconsciously wanted to go into the spiritual world, but did not get it right? Good heavens! This guy was like a little angel who went back to the hotel to sleep after getting tired from fighting at the front line, right? Ugh! Frost rubbed her forehead in a daze. When she sensed that there was someone else's scent around, she slowly woke up and opened her eyes. Little star? Where is this? Yun Nuashing's breathing suddenly stopped and he rolled his eyes. He felt that he was a very mysterious existence because he did not know what kind of image he had in the hearts of these girls. He was afraid that in their eyes he was like a hotel that grew legs and had its own security and defense. When they got tired of lying down, they could get up and play. Moreover, there was an 80% chance that they would see a strange and unfamiliar place because he often ran to other people's houses as an intruder. When he got tired of playing, he would shrink into his spiritual world and immediately go to sleep. It always felt very creepy. We are in the observer space. Yun Nuashing reached out and pressed Frost's head a few times. He laughed helplessly. What did you do at the front line to make yourself so tired? Frost grabbed his arm in a daze and said, Ugh, I used the origin sanctum to strengthen the power of the order realm of the entire void frontline. Yawn. Hui and the others were speechless. This girl was also under Maple's influence for a long time. Her power and whatnot had begun to develop in a large area. There were actually many people who could strengthen the order realm of the entire void frontline to cover the entire void frontline, but not many could persist, even if it was the origin sanctum. There was no other reason. The void frontline had a large area, and there were many people. Energy was pouring out every second to provide indiscriminate strengthening to these lunatics who were high on drugs, even with the help of the origin sanctum. It was very difficult. It was a miracle that Frost could persist for more than 100 days. Maple did not count. He carried the original light and the origin energy and hung himself in the void. As long as the void was not destroyed, the order would not be destroyed. It was the top support, although his original profession was a warrior who charged and broke through the enemy lines. Origin, sanctum of the origin sanctum. TSK, TSK. I have never seen one. I don't know if there was such a person in the previous era. Origin sanctum of the origin sanctum also existed in our era. Brother Lay's voice sounded in the soul transmission. When Frost came out, they all looked at her and could not help but look at her. Frost's existence was also a point that they paid special attention to. However, I have never heard of any origin sanctum of the origin sanctum at that time. Why? They all died prematurely? We frowned. Judging from the chaotic situation of that era, it was easy to think that they were killed by the power of chaos. Why? Brother Lei, Sui Feng, Jingyan, and the others all sighed and said in unison, why? Origin sanctum of the origin sanctum is born with a defect in the rules. They have been fighting against the rules of the big Yuan realm all their lives. Teacher once mentioned that since the rules were born in error, everything returned to error. However, Teacher did not mention in detail whether it was related to the origin sanctum itself or was it related to the rules of the big Yuan realm. Sui Qing cut in and explained to this group of people who were not very reliable. Oh, that's what happened. Brother Lei and the others laughed dryly in agreement. At that time, they had not really encountered the origin life form. They had only heard about this kind of legendary life form. For example, which void region they appeared in, which world group they appeared in. When they heard about them, they were already in a stable state. No one had ever captured the scene of the birth of the origin life form. Brother Lei scratched his head. I remember that the origin life forms that have reached the origin realm will not be devoured by the void because they have already completed their own laws. The origin life forms that we heard about in our time have not reached this level. This seems to be related to the laws of the void, so there is not a single origin life form that has reached the origin realm. Oh, that's all I remember. I don't know any more details. Yun Nuashing froze when she heard this. Frost even rubbed her face against his hand for a while before she realized that something was wrong. She rubbed her eyes and tried to open them. When she saw the dark green mud in front of her, she was slightly stunned. What are you going to do by taking this energy apart? Take it apart. The group of people all turned their attention to her and were all stunned. Being stared at by a group of people all of a sudden, Frost shrank her neck and hid herself behind Yun Nuashing. She carefully stretched out her finger and pointed at the dark green mud in front of her. It has been taken apart. Didn't you do it? No. The group shook their heads vigorously. Yun Nuashing looked at her curiously. You can see its abnormality. You said that it has been taken apart, then it's… Where is the other part? The other part. Shuang blinked her eyes hard and pointed at the dark green mud with her slender finger. She waved her finger in front of her for a while, then slowly moved her finger. Everyone followed her slender finger and moved their eyes to the side. They kept moving and finally fixed their eyes on the green sun hanging in the sky. There. The group looked at each other and took a deep breath. Well, they were a group of people, a group of second-generation inheritors, in short, inheritors and all the heavenly gods of the primeval era. They had been working here for half a day and couldn't even let out a fart. The little girl from the origin of life was awesome. She saw through it as soon as she came in. Is this the characteristic of the origin of life? It's so powerful. Yun Nuashing looked at it for a while and was about to move the mud over. The little girl suddenly waved her finger and said, and this one here, this one, that one, the one with the blue light is also the same. And this one, they are all fragments of a huge body. They were all dismantled and torn into pieces. The group was speechless. The little girl waved her finger and covered all the relics of origin in the observer space. Then look at these. Well, they were all semi-finished products, zero energy, and medicine balls. In other words, Brother lay, crossed his arms, and looked solemn. So we have been working for a long time and thought that these were all individual things. In fact, they are one thing. Huey's face twitched a few times. Do all the gods in your family like to play this game? Well, it depends on their mood. In fact, the gods are usually very serious, but occasionally they would be a little that. The group of inheritors laughed dryly together. Their faces were strange, and their eyes were wandering. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, "Don't say that. They are all a bunch of old urchins. Not many of them are serious. I can't tell you the temperament of those damn things, but I know very well what kind of people they are." The group smiled bitterly, although that was the answer. But with their position and identity, they had to be more tactful. If it were in the past, they would be little brats at home who could not use the word vulgar in their words. One look from the gods, and they would have to shrink their necks and stand obediently. Well, it might not be that exaggerated, but it was more or less the same. Only Brother Feng dared to point at the gods and say, "Mother asterisk curs, have you had enough fun yet?" If it were them, they would probably double the training load. Such a thing as position was laughable. After knowing what was going on, the group started to get busy and had a sense of direction. It was not like before when they were completely headless and randomly bumping into things. There were a large row of medicine balls. There were 32 of them, including the 2 that they had already dismantled. There were 34 of them. Now, they were seizing the time to unseal them one by one, hearing from Shuang that the something that was broken seemed to have to be put back together according to a certain method. The little girl returned to Yun Nuashing's spiritual world to rest. She planned to wait for them to dismantle everything before coming out. More than 20 hours later, a large number of energy stars of various colors hung in the sky of the observer space. Most of the energy stars were cyan, which was the origin energy of the wind god. The energy stars of other colors were unknown as to which deity of origin they belonged to. In any case, Yun Nuashing did not see her energy, nor did she see the origin energy of the dream god and the war god. It's so dazzling. We looked into the distance. A dark green lump of mud that was about 10,000 miles in diameter was placed in the center as if it was the core. There was a circle of energy stars around it, and there were still 3 or 4 medicine balls being dismantled. About this pile of weird stuff, what do you think it is? I'm not sure. I only know that it's very complicated. Yun Nuashing was kneeling on a sea of solidified energy that was tens of thousands of miles high. She held the world core in her hand and was fiddling with the light of origin. When she heard Huey's words, she subconsciously replied before opening her eyes. For something related to origin, the more complicated it is, and the more precautions it has left behind, the bigger the problem is. To the deities of origin, this thing might be more important than the thing that suppresses the power of chaos. Well, if I have to say, I think it might have something to do with the void of order, such as the environment of the void, or, well, if we exclude the influence on order, then it would be the destruction of chaos. Perhaps it's a method or a special weapon. To the deities of origin, the importance of the world of order might not be as great as the void of chaos. Just like how the concept bodies of chaos constantly want to flatten the void of order. The matter of flattening the void of chaos might be more important to the deities of origin, or perhaps just as important. Yun Nuashing sighed as she spoke, looking at the circle of energy stars and shaking her head. Forget it. I'm too lazy to guess. No matter how I guess, I might be wrong in the end. Either way, it would definitely come in handy. Chapter 1849. They were the creations of the heavenly god of origin. Based on the knowledge of the beings of this era, not many people knew the purpose of these divine artifacts. They could only scratch their ears and cheeks at the objects placed in front of them, trying to think of ways to use them. However, without guidance, they might mistake the brooms and dustpans in the house for some kind of long-handled weapon and charge into the battlefield. I heard about this from Jingyin. It seemed that a heavenly god of origin lost his fishing rod when he went out to play. After a few hundred years, he found the fishing rod in a world that was less than 10 billion years old and where human beings were still at a relatively low level. It was said that he found the fishing rod on a battlefield. The leader of a certain army carried the fishing rod on his back as if he was carrying a flag. It was used to charge into the battlefield by the local people. After all, it was something that belonged to the heavenly god of origin. Even the fishing rod had changed its nature after being exposed to the aura of the heavenly god of origin for a long time. Its seemingly sacred and mysterious characteristics might have been treated as some kind of holy object, holy item, or divine artifact. In essence, it was true. The things that the heavenly god of origin used were indeed divine artifacts. Even if it was just a fishing rod, it was still a genuine divine artifact. It was quite funny. No one knew how this matter ended. Anyway, the fishing rod was back. As for the specific details, only the heavenly god of origin knew. For him, no matter how twisted this matter was, it was definitely a funny ending. As for the people who were listening to the story, they just listened and did not need to delve into it. Because if they really wanted to delve into it, they could only say that the heavenly god of origin threw trash all over the world. It was very normal for ordinary people not to know how to use these things. However, if the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin did not know how to use these things, then things were a bit thought-provoking. Usually, if even the inheritors of the heavenly god of origin did not know how to use these things, it meant that these things should be something special, something very special. It was not something that ordinary inheritors could use. To put it bluntly, these things might be some kind of backup plan that the heavenly god of origin left for himself, either against himself or against the enemy. Leaving these things here was no different from giving firecrackers to 2- or 3-year-old children for them to play with. They would either cause a big problem or seek death. No one knew if they were seeking death by risking their lives here. Well, under normal circumstances, it would not be a problem. After all, they had an emergency barrier in front of them. Logically speaking, they should be fine. If you stop nagging, the probability of me getting into trouble may be much lower. Yun Nuashing's face darkened as he listened to someone's nagging. He stared at the blabbering guardian with an extremely kind gaze. But I can't guarantee that there won't be any problems if you continue nagging. Maybe there won't be any problems, but if you continue nagging, you'll die. That mouth of yours is blessed, right? That's what I mean. Hui shrunk his neck and laughed dryly as he squatted aside, his finger constantly drawing circles on the frozen space. Even the void was being drawn. When he was nervous, he would ramble and want to say something. But if he did not say something, his heart would be in a mess. Well, he would not get nervous so easily if it was not because of the messy matter of the origins. If he really had to fight against the Chaos Origin God's clone or the Chaos Concept body, he would close his eyes, grip his sword, and charge forward with a shield. However, he was more afraid of the unknown things left behind by the gods of origin. If that thing was not handled properly and something went wrong, he would be setting off fireworks in his own yard. At present, the void might be opened into a huge hole. Not only would it be troublesome to clean it up, the walls have ears, and if they dared to set off fireworks in the void front lines, a whole bunch of weird things might explode out. In the face of great things, please don't talk so much. Yun Nuashing slowly stood up and threw down the world core. She pressed hard on Huey's head with both hands, her face kind. I'll twist your head off, okay? If you really have nothing to do and can't stop worrying, then help me adjust the world core. You can adjust it however you like. I'm currently trying to figure out the source laws, so help me find some ideas. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and threw a pile of world cores in front of Hui. She clapped her hands. Hurry up and find something for you to do. I'll let you say a few more words, or else the void front line will collapse tomorrow. Hui smiled bitterly. No. His nagging was indeed a little too much, but it was not that harmful. TSK, find something for yourself to do, and calm down. Yun Nuashing looked up and saw that there was only one energy star left in the circle that was still unsealed. The others had already turned into rays of light that illuminated the sky. However, the dark green mud in the center, well, that was still a lump of mud. There was no change at all. No matter how many energy stars around it and several types of origin energy shown on it, there was no change at all. Just how lazy was it? Its own parts were right next to it, and yet it did not have any reaction. It seemed that it had to be pieced together completely. It's done. Sui Feng slapped the sphere one last time, and the energy runes on its surface quickly spread. The sphere, that was initially a solid sphere no matter how it was sensed and probed, quickly turned into a sphere of energy that was releasing endless light in just 10 seconds. Apart from not emitting heat when it was not under control, the sphere could also be used to illuminate a living planet. Since the light it emitted was accompanied by origin energy, it was definitely enough to burn all life on the planet to death. Too much energy was too much to bear. Brother Lei and the others stepped back while wiping the sweat off their foreheads. Looking at the energy stars that hung in front of them, they let out a long sigh. It's done, it's done. Let me count. There are 16 types of source energy here, and more than half of them are energy aggregates forged by Supreme God Wind. Have you thought of any significance? The heirs shook their heads vigorously. No, not at all. I took a look around when all of you were trying so hard to dismantle it. Brother Lei scratched his head. Indeed, I didn't find anything. I didn't even see the sacred sigil left by our own Supreme God. In short, they were a little worried that there was no stamp after it was produced. If it were not for the source energy that they were familiar with, they would have doubted the true purpose of this thing. How is it? Is it done? While all the inheritors were at their wits' end, Yun Nuashing slowly floated up, causing everyone's gaze to fall on him in an instant. It should be done, right? It's just a layer of packaging on the outside. It should be nothing, should be. Sui Feng scratched his head and laughed dryly. Let the little girl come out and take a look. She seems to know more about this kind of creation related to energy than we do, even if it's the Supreme God's creation. I can't say she knows. She said she doesn't know what it is at all. She can only feel that it should be something strung together, but it's just that it's been dismantled. Yun Nuashing shook his head. As he spoke, he was waking up Shuang, who was sleeping a little soundly in the spiritual world. Well, he did not intend to wake her up under normal circumstances, but this was a special case. After trying for 5 minutes, Shuang finally woke up slowly. Everyone looked at Yun Nuashing's body emitting a blue light with a cold breath. Accompanied by the dancing snowflakes, a beautiful figure in blue and white slowly appeared. Then she rested her forehead on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and snored. Everyone was speechless. After 3 minutes, the sleepy girl finally woke up a little. Shuang stroked her long hair and pulled her forward. She first went to the dark green mud, and the group of people followed curiously. The origin life forms had a unique understanding of the world and whatnot. There was no existence in the world who understood the so-called energy better than them. Well, perhaps some special life forms could rival them, such as the heavenly gods of origin and strange people like Brother Maple. However, the origin life form's knowledge and understanding couldn't be passed on to others. Everyone had different constitutions, not to mention knowledge. Furthermore, there were many layers of knowledge that separated the origin life forms from the origin life forms. This could be considered an interspecies communication. Frost's understanding of energy, as well as her understanding of the structure and analysis of the world, was completely different from theirs. They were a group of inheritors of origins, and they were helpless against the creation of origins. Perhaps the problem did not lie in the aspect of origin energy. This could be explained clearly. Compared to other special people, they only had origin energy, and in other aspects, well, they were only at the level of a mid-tier origin. Putting everything else aside, if they were to fight with Maple at full power, they would feel like they would be pressed into nothingness and beaten for hundreds of hours. More or less. These are, well, a whole energy creation. They were cut off and isolated by a very precise method, and then slightly. Frost tried to use his own cognition to say something that the others could understand. As he spoke, he began to use sign language, and the group of people who were watching him were dumbfounded. Yun Nuashing looked at her and asked himself. This girl had lived in his spiritual world for many years. Perhaps he understood what this girl wanted to say. And then it was slightly changed and distorted. Frost paused, thought for a moment, and then shook her head. Yun Nuashing looked away awkwardly. Well, they have been given a different kind of meaning. This layer of meaning has hidden their essence in the depths, and there is no way to see them with conventional methods. Even the traces of their connection have been given some kind of. The difficulty of communication made everyone's minds a little blank. Yun Nuashing wiped his face and tried to guess again. Given yearning? Some kind of will. Well, yes, it should be obsession. Shuang nodded happily. Yun Nuashing wiped his face. The probability was 1 in 2. Well, he could always guess it right. Obsession? What obsession? Brother Lei and the others looked a little serious after they understood. When it came to obsession, they remembered that the obsession left by Sui Qing's teacher had been eroded by the energy of chaos. Everyone was on guard, afraid that something terrible would happen here. Yun Nuashing thought of what he had just thought. Which was more important to the primordial god, the void of order or the void of chaos? Perhaps the answer could be found here. Shuang stretched out her hand and pressed on the dark green mud. Mei Mao flashed with the luster of energy. After a moment, she said word by word, "Guard the order, destroy the chaos." Everyone was stunned. As expected, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, it was as important as the primordial god. These 8 words were the core of their battle for more than 300 eras. What the beings of order had done throughout their lives was merely to struggle at death's door, under the general trend of the void. Surviving arduously was the wish that countless beings had passed down over countless years. It was the most basic, simplest, and most sincere wish, and yet it was difficult to realize. Even at this very moment, every peaceful day, every month, and every year in the void of order was filled with countless miracles piled up into an ordinary. For a life form of order, living on was already the most difficult thing to do. It was not that they could not understand the 8 words formed by their obsessions. Obsessions! Sui Feng crossed his hands and gently rubbed his arms. The primordial gods have condensed their will, rules, divinity, and divine authority into some kind of entanglement power. It is enough to resist all changes that can twist them. It can even resist the energy of chaos that does not belong to the concept of chaos. I think I remember now. This is something that the primordial gods have preserved using the highest rules. Brother Lei shuddered. I don't remember this scene. Did your primordial god tell you about this? Well, I think he did mention it a little bit. My teacher said that if we have to use this kind of small box to keep something... Sui Feng's face twitched a few times. He tilted his head and looked at the dark green mud unnaturally. He told me that if I see it one day, I must protect it completely, even if I have to give up my life. Everyone's face was solemn. This was something that was told to a small number of people. The fewer people who knew about it, the worse it would be. Yun Nuashing clenched her fists as she looked at Shuang's eyes. Do you have a way to put them together? Yes. They just used a very precise and clever method to cover up the traces. As long as you can see them, you can put them together one by one. Shuang nodded and said seriously, while she was talking, she had already started to piece together the fragments that were scattered all over the ground. Yun Nuashing and the others couldn't understand Shuang's actions at all. They just watched her as if she was picking vegetables in the market, looking around. After a while, she picked up an energy aggregate and compressed it into an individual that was only 1,000 miles in size in her palm. She circled around the dark, green mud for a while and stuffed it in, repeating this action all the time. She can change the origin energy aggregate without borrowing Brother Maple's power. It seems that the origin energy is not the main point, Brother Lei said, as Shuang pressed pieces of the energy aggregate into the dark green mud. The latter finally showed a little reaction. Everyone craned their necks excitedly. The surface of the ugly core began to glow as if there was energy constantly rushing from the depths to the surface. It circled around the surface and quickly fell into the core, forming a stable circle. Yes, as the energy aggregate continued to be stuffed into the mud, they could feel the traces of the energy flow, and it was only in the area where she stuffed the energy aggregate. On the surface of those areas, a little blurry pattern slowly emerged. "It's the divine sigil of the gods," Sui Qing whispered. It was a pattern that looked like a divine sigil. It was more special than all the divine sigil that Yun Nuashing knew. It was a bit like the sigil of destruction that she left on him. On the surface of the dark green core, pieces of divine sigil appeared one after another. The speed at which Shuang put the origin energy aggregate back into place was also slowly accelerating as their number decreased. Hum. An inexplicably violent energy humming sound came from beside him, startling Sui Feng, who was fully focused. Everyone was startled and quickly turned around. Then they all let out a dry "ah." Their faces stiffened. The buzzing sound of energy came from Maple's body. At this moment, a large number of energy lines lit up on his body, densely covering half of his body. Even the origin energy was passively active. They were 10,000% sure that these origin energy imprints were related to the origin runes that appeared on the surface of the core in front of them. It was the kind that corresponded to one another. Looking at Maple's exquisite face, this exquisite expression, this 30% helplessness, 30% hesitation, 30% bitterness, and 91% malevolence, they didn't even need to think to know what Maple was thinking right now. "Mother asterisk cur, you're messing with me again." Yun Nuashing cursed, and the inheritors of the origin all turned around with a bitter smile. Yun Nuashing was so angry that he slapped the space in front of him. He pointed at the ball of energy and cursed. "Even if I die today and get blown into nothingness and come back as a ball of light, I won't." Feng Qinghuang rushed up and covered his mouth with both hands. Stop talking. Everyone." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and looked at Sui Feng and the others. "No way. Why aren't you guys reacting at all? We all have the same type of origin energy. Why are they all targeting me?" "Ah, well, we were not sure either." The inheritors who had the same type of origin laughed dryly and scratched their heads. There was indeed no other reaction from their bodies. Their origin energy was fine. There was no reaction at all. "Mixed origin energy," the white-clothed girl said flatly. Her gray eyes swept over Feng Qinghuang's body. "Perhaps you're an origin creation with mixed origin energy. That's why they're reacting only to you." Although I claim that I'm not a human, you're taking me out of the category of normal life, aren't you?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. The white-clothed girl calmly turned her head. "Actually, from the moment we met, I couldn't treat you as a normal person." Everyone, she said it out loud. Although they had always thought so, they had never said it out loud. TSK? She was also very straightforward, just like her teacher. Yun Nuashing's face stiffened. After a moment, he sighed. Looking at the origin energy in his body that seemed to want to cause trouble, he sighed again, gloomily. The law of explosion, where there's a strong light. I wonder if it would take effect again. It shouldn't. I'm just putting things back together. There's no need to explode. What? Do you want to set off fireworks to celebrate? However, there was no explosion this time. As Frost put the things back together in the correct order, the dark green mud completed its last transformation. Its surface was now covered with origin divine patterns. The surging origin energy was gradually becoming stronger as it released waves of light. It began to become round and smooth, turning into a ball. A visible energy vortex suddenly formed at this moment. It was as if a powerful pressure was squeezing its huge body. Under the pressure of that energy, it began to shrink visibly. When it shrank from a diameter of 10,000 miles to a tenth of an hour, it slowly stopped. It's done? Yun Nuashing looked at the light that showed no signs of dimming. He slowly walked forward. Just as he was about to see what the thing had become, the thing changed again. The mud that was covered by the colorful light began to change shape under everyone's gaze. It began to extend in the sky, shaping into something. Ah, Brother Lei was the first to be surprised. I think I know what it is. Sui Feng nodded, sweating profusely. I think I know it too. After Shuang Shuang activated the thing, she quickly slipped back to Yun Nuashing's side. She hid behind him and carefully watched the thing transform. Yun Nuashing patted the girl's smooth hair and focused on the front. The thing that was reshaped by the light gradually became slender. The light that had not yet taken shape could only see its general shape. It looked like, well, a scepter. Well, it also looked like a halberd. The most obvious feature was that it had a wide head, and the shape was like 4 spikes standing side by side. It also looked like 4 blades. Let's just treat it as 4 long pieces for now. There was something that looked like an energy core in the middle of the long pieces. When the light faded and completely solidified, its true appearance appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was indeed something that looked like a scepter or a halberd. The main thing was the head. Forget it. Just by looking at the 4 blade-like long pieces on top of it and the energy core in the middle. Let's just treat it as a weapon. Yes, that's right. A weapon that was 1,000 miles long. There was nothing strange about it. The entirely golden halberd was engraved with origin divine marks and origin imprints. Anyone who saw it would be able to tell how ancient it was. A heavy aura of time coiled around its body. It was extremely, extremely heavy, enough to make the great river of time tremble because of its appearance. It's a weapon of the gods. I've only heard that it had existed for many, many years, but I'm not sure how long. I've only seen it from afar before. I never thought that I would be able to see it up close one day, Brother Lei whispered. Has it been a long time? Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. This kind of heavy aura, this kind of feeling, most likely already existed in the Chaos era. It had already been created in the Chaos era to guard the order and destroy the chaos as a divine artifact. This thing is used to hang in the void. It seems to consume a lot of order power, which is why this weapon is only placed in the center of the upper plane. I heard from my mentor that it once pierced through a chaos concept body. Well, that's the power of my mentor and the others. If we use it, its power would definitely be much lower. Sui Feng looked at the divine weapon with nostalgia and emotion. All right. Sui Feng slapped his fist. If it's hanging in the sky, it's just like the energy towers Brother Feng and your group built. It can be used for long-range attacks, but it can also be wielded. That's right. You can grab it and charge into the battlefield. It's a sword. Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of energy saliva into the sea of energy, her face quickly darkening. I would believe you even if you told me that it was a halberd or a blunt weapon. But look at it, it has nothing to do with a sword, all right? He had been complaining about the Nethervoid sword for dozens of eras, since it couldn't be unsheathed. Now, there was a strangely shaped sword. And with its shape, it could be a scepter or a blunt weapon. Why did it have to be a sword? Well, it is indeed a sword because what you see is only the hilt. Yes, there's no need to doubt it. If you hold it in your hand, what you see is the hilt. The blade is condensed from energy, Sui Feng said as he recalled. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. She turned to look at the scepter-shaped thing and imagined shrinking it from 1,000 miles long to half a meter long and holding it in her hand. Well, you don't say, it really does look like a sword hilt, and the other end looks like a sword guard. Damn it. Can't you use something from the mortal realm? Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. Chapter 1850. It was an object that was over 1,000 miles long. Its massive size was right in front of everyone's eyes, and it gave off a strong sense of pressure. Moreover, there was also a considerable amount of energy that spread around the object. The energy was accompanied by some light and shadow. This part of the object had a diameter of about 10,000 miles. It looked like a small sun, and it was bright enough to blind the eyes. I can feel that this thing is very powerful. Siyu stood beside Yun Nuoxing. She held his long hair and covered her eyes, trying to filter out the dazzling light. It seems to be even more powerful than Little Star's special origin energy tower. This is a creation created by the heavenly god of origin to guard order and destroy chaos. It took a great deal of effort and countless years of changes to become what we see today. Naturally, it's not something that can be compared to something that I can't compare to. Yun Nuoxing patted the girl's head. Just from the root, the two of them are not at the same level. Feng Qinghuang saw his troubled voice and troubled face. She asked softly, "What's wrong? Is there a limit to it?" This thing is not easy to arrange." Yun Nuoxing tugged at his bangs in distress, glancing at the thing that looked like a scepter but was a sword hilt from the corner of his eyes, tilting his head a little gloomily. "Just by looking at it from here, I can tell that it needs a huge amount of energy to activate. The front line of the void, even if it is placed in node 0, which has the most defenses, it is not so easy to make a place to supply energy to it. Also, it is not good to let such a powerful divine artifact hang in the void all day long. If possible, I intend to use it as another trump card, but I will only take it out in an emergency if I am not prepared at all. It seems like I can't find a place to safely let it be used." The void frontline doesn't have those things after all. Based on the current arrangements, it should require the power of an entire node to be used. Sui Feng scratched his head. The defense of the void frontline was arranged according to the power of order of this era. There were none of the more outrageous things of their era, such as the net of order and origin that allowed the realm of order to have unlimited energy. To set it up, one would need the fortress of origin. Well, without the fortress of origin, one could use the temple of origin instead, but that would require more lower-order nodes. None of the things mentioned above were available. Unfortunately, they were just second-generation heirs and had no idea how to make those things. Before they could learn how to make those things, they were already locked up. Because in order to make such a unique creation of the rules, one would need to reach the level of a high-tier premier and also need the power of origin. In the past, the high-tier premier would go to the Temple of Origin to make such a creation of the rules, and then place it in the realm of order according to various rules. In short, it was very troublesome. The Void Frontline and Void Seal that Brother Feng and Hui Jun had meticulously set up was actually quite good. In a situation where there was no high-level yuanshi and no one could mobilize the origin energy, they were able to set up such a defense that encompassed the entire void of order. They knew that they could not do it, but the former two had done it. Furthermore, they could continuously strengthen its defense and attack for a few eras. This was even more difficult. Sui Qing's blue starry eyes were flashing as if she was deducing something. At this moment, she suddenly stepped forward and patted Yun Nuoxing on the shoulder. She said, "Perhaps you can use the power of one person and try? Are you sure you won't die just because you try?" Yun Nuoxing was dumbfounded. "Didn't your brother just say that he needed the power of an entire node? You have enough capacity. Also, perhaps you, who have all the power of origin, do not need so much power." Sui Qing nodded and looked at him seriously. "Air." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. The reason why he needed so much energy was because this thing used the origin energy to attack. Ordinary energy indeed needed a larger amount to make up for the gap between himself and the origin energy. If he directly used the origin energy to condense and attack, well, it seemed that he didn't need such a large amount. Looking at the origin imprint that was still flashing on his body, he felt that it was urging him to hurry up and take over. All right, then let's go and try. When the three girls beside him saw that he had made up his mind, they all retreated to the side and looked at him with the same gaze that the other inheritors used to send off a warrior. This made him feel like a pear mountain, and his footsteps trembled as he took a step forward. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but when he got closer, that layer of energy that was many times larger than his body gradually shrank. Most of the energy was withdrawn, leaving behind a layer of light that didn't disappear. Almost all of the energy there was in the form of crystallization. Due to the high concentration of origin energy, even the void couldn't bear the weight of the crystallization and trembled slightly. This seems to be the overflowing energy. I can't take it back. When Yun Nuashing got closer, he realized that something was not right. It was trembling slightly, and he caught some traces of energy flow. It seemed like it was trying to take back some of the energy that was released outside. However, he did not know if it was because its body had accumulated too much energy after waking up from its long hibernation, so its internal capacity was already full. There was no way to take back the leaked energy. Most of it was condensed outside, and as it tried very hard to take back the energy, it slowly condensed into crystals and solidified in space. If he allowed it to continue squeezing itself here, this energy would probably explode. Well, I have a very serious question. Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely. He turned around and shouted at Sui Feng and the others. This broken thing's energy is overflowing. Do you have any way to suppress it? What? There was a lot of exclamations in the soul communication. The people who were watching calmly at the front and the sides did not even have time to respond. They were all sent to the back at lightning speed. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Don't just run. Say something. Isn't this the product of your dear God? Even if you haven't seen a pig run, you must have eaten pork before. Hurry up and hold it down. Brother Feng, listen to me. Don't get too excited, because we don't know how to control this thing. Sui Feng's very reliable voice sounded in his soul. His face turned black, and he felt a headache coming on. Fire it! Fire it! Brother Lei's silver lightning flashed and wrapped into a ball. He instantly entered a defensive state. Fire it at any place to release the energy. If this thing explodes, it will be like setting off firecrackers in the yard. Hui Jun, come over and help. Where is it? Where did such a big Hui Jun go? Yun Nuashing's face twitched. The moment he heard his shout, he ran for his life and slipped out of the space. His speed was as fast as a rabbit. All right then, a group of reliable heirs and a certain reliable guardian. It seemed that there was no hope for them to be of any help. While they were talking, the origin heavenly god's staff, or sword, was trembling more and more visibly. Its trembling was accompanied by the energy entwined around it. The observer dimension felt the pressure and no longer had the time to continue brewing the sea of energy. Instead, it was mobilizing energy to stabilize the observer dimension. The eruption of the torrent of energy was unstoppable, but it would definitely be sensed by the underworld no matter where it was thrown into the void. It was a superweapon created by the heavenly god of origin, after all. Its earth-shattering destructive power could be felt even from hundreds of void regions, and it would not be fun if there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spectators in the void. If he wanted to use it as a trump card, the torrent of energy could not be thrown into the void, and if he let the energy fuse into the sea of energy. Well, in the spirit of frugality, he did have such an idea. It would be a pity to waste such a large amount of origin energy, and throwing it into the sea of energy, as energy could allow the growth of the sea of energy to soar by a large margin. However, it would be a little difficult to collect it safely. There is no other way. We can only move out some of the things we have prepared. I don't know if it will be affected if we unseal them and then seal them back. Thinking of the things he had created, Yun Nuashing's expression became strange. Those things did not have the function of pause. He did not know if it would work to temporarily contain them with the rules. If it did not work, he could only forcibly break them down into energy and throw them back into the sea of energy to be melted down and reconstructed. Wow! He did not know how long it would take to go back and forth. The energy that couldn't be released was still crazily accumulating. Old Brother Lei and Suifeng were doing their best to defend. Little Brother Maple had spent 5 eras to create this trump card. Once it exploded, they would be done for. Time wouldn't allow them to wait another 5 eras. Even if they had 2 more Staffs of Origin, they wouldn't be able to make up for it. This time they had to do their best to stop the energy that was about to explode. Hopefully, they wouldn't have to stay in the spiritual temple for too long. The incomparably huge surge of energy caused the entire origin space to tremble violently. This extraordinarily huge movement stunned Brother Lei and the others. This didn't seem to be caused by the Staff of Origin, but rather they all lowered their heads. The surging sea of energy suddenly rippled at this moment. The violent tremors caused the waves to surge higher and higher. Under the surging sea of energy, something seemed to be floating up bit by bit, arching a clear arc on the surface of the sea like bubbles. However, each bubble was about 1,000 miles in diameter. There seemed to be thousands of them, floating up from the bottom of the sea of energy. Guessing that this might be Brother Maple's movement, Brother Lei and the others suppressed their astonishment and looked at the bubbles on the surface of the sea of energy with some doubt. When the surface of the sea of energy faded away and revealed their true bodies, their doubt turned into astonishment in an instant. According to little Brother Feng's hobby, when he saw the arcs and the unit of measurement, he subconsciously thought that they were high-density energy aggregates. However, they guessed wrong. Those weren't energy aggregates. They were world light orbs. Shit. Jing Yin was scared stiff by the things before her eyes. Several thousand world lumps with a diameter of about 500 kilometers appeared from the bottom of the sea of energy, each of them releasing extremely dense origin energy. The total energy fluctuations and light of energy almost suppressed the movements of the Staff of Origin. Normal world lumps would not be so large. Looking inside through a layer of world barrier, they were all energy. These were specially made world lumps filled with energy. Those majestic and seemingly harmless behemoths left the surface of the sea of energy one by one. The moment they left the surface of the sea of energy, they naturally erupted with violent energy fluctuations. Rings of energy shockwaves visible to the naked eye were released into the air, causing the void and nothingness to tremble violently. It seemed that this was only a weak shockwave released from a portion of their overflowing energy, but it was enough to kill a bunch of abyssal death mist spawns. Moreover, the shockwaves were spreading at a frequency that spread every 2 to 3 seconds. If they were thrown in front of the abyssal death mist rift, it was guaranteed that 3 to 6 high-tier primeval would be attracted within 3 minutes. Thousands of specially made energy lumps floated in the air, and energy traces began to appear between them, connecting them one by one into a straight line. It looked like a spectacle of thousands of fish balls strung together. Normal people have never seen such a scene. They also seemed to see 2 world lumps being squeezed, dented, and bounced up a little. Very good, very elastic. The fish balls. No. The string of world lumps were strung together in a row in front of the Staff of Origin. Seeing Brother Maple walk towards the ladder, they instantly understood what he wanted to do. Brother Lei said worriedly, "Anyway, let's set up the defense first." The energy that was almost completely crystallized quietly opened a passage when Yun Nuoshing walked towards it. The surging origin energy on his body resonated with the Staff of Origin and let out a high-pitched whistle. It seemed to be very pleasing to the eye. Yun Nuoshing came closer. Looking at such a huge thing 1/2 meter in front of him, it was no different from standing on the ground. He raised his hand and looked at the dense marks of origin on his body. After a moment of hesitation, He pressed his hand on the staff of origin and murmured to himself, "Although I don't know if you have intelligence and can't understand me, well, if it's possible, it's better to reduce the impact as much as possible. I don't want a part of my efforts to be destroyed, even if it's just a part of it." A blue energy halo suddenly exploded from the tip of the staff of origin. The core that had accumulated a lot of energy suddenly let out the sharpest energy whistle. With the explosion of the energy halo, a golden light that was hundreds of miles long suddenly burst out. There was no earth-shattering movement. There was nothing like collapsing the void, shattering the void, a big scene, a big explosion, or a big shock. There was only a beam of condensed light that suddenly shot out. The pure golden light made the entire observer space dim, as if its existence alone had suppressed all things that could be called light in the world. In the scene that was so dim that it almost faded, Yun Nuoxing's narrowed eyes had the origin energy surging rapidly. He was trying his best to control the string of world lumps to transform them into energy-absorbing forms. He was trying his best to absorb the attack of the Staff of Origin and record the situation of both sides. The golden light that seemed to have condensed the entire void illuminated for half a minute before it dimmed. The light of the observer space was restored bit by bit. Brother Lei and the rest of them sensed that it had quieted down. They all raised their heads from behind the energy barrier. At this moment, the dense energy around the Staff of Origin had been completely released. The energy that oppressed the world was gone. The thousands of world lumps hanging in front of the Staff of Origin. Well, there did not seem to be any problem. Is it over? Suifeng looked at the two sides that were completely quiet in a daze and scratched his head. Why is there no reaction at all? The attack of the Staff of Origin has been completely blocked? Everybody was relieved, but Suifeng had been staring at Yun Nuoxing the whole time. Looking at his unusual and solemn face, she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Maintain the defense. Back off. Now." Everybody was shocked, but they all subconsciously strengthened the defense that had not been removed yet and hurriedly backed off. When they looked ahead again, they were all stunned. Their jaws almost fell off. 1/3 of the string of world lumps hurriedly broke away from the state that they were strung into and fell into the sea of energy with chaotic and uncontrollable energy release. They trembled as if they were in a hurry to go home to calm down. The remaining 2/3 of the world lumps were rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The world barrier was trembling violently, and the energy that burst out from inside was like a surging tide. Each wave was more ferocious than the last. The accumulated energy had completely broken the stable balance inside the world lumps, leaving only an enormous amount of violent energy rampaging. Their volume had expanded by more than 100 times in a dozen seconds. Parts of the world lumps that had been stacked together were violently torn apart under the collision of the energy inside and outside, almost being forcefully rubbed together. Soon, one of the world lumps was the first to be unable to withstand the excessive energy movement. The world barrier that had been squeezed apart spewed out an extremely dense golden flame. It looked like it was leaking air, and the movement that burst out of the flame made the hearts of all the heirs thump. Oh no, it's going to explode. Bang! The expected explosion happened as usual, but it was not that world lumps that exploded. An invisible energy burst out and was trying its best to compress 2/3 of the world lumps, suppressing their almost exploding movements. However, this external force was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The suppression did not last for more than 5 seconds. All the world lumps exploded at the same time, and countless energy poured out at once, forcibly expanding the area where the invisible energy gathered by tens of thousands of times. Looking at how it was completely covered by the golden light, one could roughly guess the extent of the destructive power released by the Staff of Origin this time. TSK. Those thousands of specially made world lumps were all used as fireworks. Suifeng could not help but click his tongue. That golden light was too damn bright and a little blinding. The light of the observer space was suppressed again. The specially made world lumps are all in the form of energy. Inside, there's only origin energy and origin law. The quantity is huge and unable to be observed. The white-clothed girl casually threw out the conclusion. The losses are heavy. Everyone started sweating as they listened. Those were world light orbs used to store origin energy. They were boxes used to store origin energy and origin laws. Who knew how much energy was stored in them? It probably wouldn't be a problem to drown them. But thousands of them exploded at once. Hiss! Just thinking about it made their hearts ache. They didn't know if Brother Maple would go berserk. Oh, looking at how calm he is, it seems to be normal. Is it still within the acceptable range? The erupting golden light wreaked havoc in the air for half an hour before it slowed down, and the light of the observer space returned to normal. The raging energy storm slowly shrank under Yun Nuoshing's control until it was only 1,000 feet wide. Only then did she take it in front of her. After examining it for a while and confirming that there was no problem, she threw it into the sea of energy below. As a wave rushed over, it was brought to the depths of the sea of energy. Everyone craned their necks to look down curiously. As the golden light flashed and energy burst out, everyone knew that something was wrong. Bang! A 1,000,000-mile-wide wave suddenly exploded and rose from below in an instant, splashing everyone's face and body. After the wave passed, the group of people looked like drowned rats. This thing is quite powerful. It seems to have been suppressed to less than 5% of its attack power for a long period of time. Just this level of attack alone is enough to destroy all 3,800 of my specially made world lumps. Yun Nuoshing slowly walked to the front of the group of inheritors. Her pretty face trembled as she spoke. TSK, my heart is bleeding. Even though I know they can all be recycled, my heart is still bleeding. Sui Feng wiped the water off his face. Hearing this, he was stunned. That destructive energy can be recycled. Oh, didn't you see it just now? You even got splashed all over your face. Everyone was speechless. They felt as if they had thrown a firecracker into the water and were drenched in water. It's a high-quality, destructive energy with the destructive power of countless origin energies. The fragments of origin energy can transform the sea of energy once. As Yun Nuoshing spoke, she showed a pained expression. It'll be great if we can keep all of them. More than 3,000 world lumps will take some time to replenish. How powerful is this attack? Brother Lei was more concerned about the staff of origin. Well, it should be able to break the defense of a lone high-level premier. There's a high chance that it can seriously injure him. We can be vaporized if we take a direct hit. Yun Nuoshing pinched her wrist and calculated the degree. Then she frowned. Actually, it's not bad. I just checked. With my current strength, I shouldn't be able to release more than 60% of my attack power. Even if I use the most elementary light, I still can't reach that level. But, well, I can only release 80% of my attack power when I'm in danger. There's only one chance. If I don't conserve any energy, I can release 90% of my attack power. As for the rest, I can't reach it no matter how hard I try. I can't release 100% of my attack power. As for the normal attack power that exceeded 100%, yes, that's right. Only the gods of origin could release 100% of their attack power. Beyond this range, only the gods of origin could do it. I can release 60% of my attack power normally. The staff of origin with 60% of its attack power, it should be more than enough to deal with the underworld. Sui Feng sighed. After calculating for a while, he frowned. As long as we don't encounter a peak premier, there should be no problem, right? That's hard to say. Brother Lei shook his head. Have you forgotten about the master of the underworld? That bastard can't just be a high-level premier. Even if it's still a high-level premier after so many years, it's definitely a special model. No matter what, the underworld was a clan that had followed the gods of Origin to war in the previous era. Betraying them was a matter for the future. They were qualified to be fence-sitters, taking advantage of both sides. With Origin energy in their left hand and Chaos energy in their right hand, they were doing well. They wouldn't believe that they didn't have a backup plan. Bang! The sudden voice startled everyone. They hurriedly turned around and saw that the huge radiant June that had just disappeared was now crashing into the observer space with 70 to 80,000 energy pagodas and shouting, "Foam! I'm here to support." Everyone stared at each other, watching as Hui Jun dragged along 70 to 80,000 specially made Origin energy towers. It was not hard to imagine that he must have run one round around the void front line to find his way here. It seemed like he knew the power of this thing and used the highest standard method to deal with it. It was just that, didn't you think that it took a little too long? It was so long, Sui Foam coughed dryly. Unfortunately, Hui Jun, you didn't even make it in time for the fireworks. Huey's hand trembled. Hey,